quite a ride. So with that, we'll get started.
I am Azrael Hobbs.
Is that how we're doing this?
Yep, we're doing it.
Fine, I'm dying.
All right. So this is
we have no
O.
audio. They don't know.
Yeah, they. All right. So we'll start the countdown at 5. Go on 1. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So by the category definition, we're not going to use any glitches. We're not going to be using things like the unequipped glitch, the save anywhere glitch, fade out glitch. We're going to be playing the game just as God intended. We will be doing all the side quests from the Guru of Time, which is revive Chrono, restore the forest, get the Wonder Shot, upgrade the Masamune, do Genodome for Mother Brain, Yakra 13, Ozzy's Fort, and funny enough, Black Omen is also considered part of the side quest, which I didn't know personally until I started running this category. So here at the start, we just got sleepy Chrono getting kicked out of bed by Mommy. That cat is best cat. So what we're doing here is moving the battle speed to 1, and Corp's doing something very important called save cursor type, or save battle cursor. So what that does is that unlocks us to use the attack command without actually being on the attack command. In this game, if you push X, the game will instantly queue up an attack on the first available frame, which helps for memory cursor because we can leave Chrono or Marl or whoever else on tech and then just instantly go to an attack, so we don't have to worry about losing ATB by switching back and forth between like item and tech or tech and attack. So here we just have the Millennium Fair going on. Chrono harmlessly runs into this girl, Marl, gets her pendant back. Now they're just going to do a little bit of exploration. Coming up, Corp's going to buy 11 tonics and 3 shelters. Shelters are kind of your full party restore on a save point or overworld. Talking to this guy unlocks the telepods up north. And then, of course, Marl wants some nice candy from the shop. Marl will be called about 13 different things for me during this run. She'll be called E, it'll be Marley, it'll be Marl.
We're gonna try to keep it. Yeah, we're gonna try to keep it consistent, but it's not gonna happen.
Dying's gonna keep it consistent. Me as Hobbs is just gonna completely throw it out the window.
So I was wiggling back and forth just for fun, and she got angry at me, so that was a surprise.
I think that influences the court.
Actually, that one might. I'm not sure.
I think you might have just guaranteed a guilty. So here our childhood friend Luca made these amazing telepod devices. She wanted Chrono to try it, or O, and O said no way. So we're letting E give it a shot and see what happens.
Does saying no here actually affect the court as well?
I don't know.
I didn't think it does, but I'm not sure. As you'll see, this pendant is reacting to this teleporter.
So there's something that's mentioned throughout this game. It's a unknown being called the Entity. No one really knows if the Entity is part of Lavos, or it's the Dream Devourer, Merchant Shala, or the planet itself. But the Entity does a lot of dirty for us during this whole playthrough. One instance is bringing E back to 600 AD. For the reasons aren't quite known, but it's suspected that it's to help out with the issue they're having there in that timeline.
No, some people even theorize that Chrono's cat is an entity.
That cat does get around quite a bit.
Yeah, secret god cat. That's a new one for me.
I mean, it does help you out quite a bit.
Some people also say it's just more metagaming, that we, the player, are the entity. It's an interesting take on it, but don't know how accurate that is.
Yeah, to me, it always made more sense for Shala to just be the entity, especially since, I mean, I guess we're getting like really far into it a little early, but being like, you know, part evil, part good due to Lagos. Some portals, you know, cause a lot of problems for you, and some are really helpful. So just, I don't know, that always made a little more sense to me. But
So here in this unknown cave, or unknown mountain, we get attacked by 3 blue imps. Corp's going to be attacking the right, the left, and then the top. This is just to prevent them from doing any damage to good old O. If you attack them in a different order, it's not the worst thing in the world. You're just going to take a little bit of damage. And then coming up here, there's something called bird skip. Corp went through it beautifully. So it's like a 2-pixel leeway you got, where you kind of want to be right on the edge of the bridge and then hold up, and you kind of just run around the tile that triggers the encounter. One of the really rewarding things about running this game is there's a lot of encounters you can skip just by knowing where the tiles are and how to run around them. And with Chrono Trigger actually having really decent 8-way diagonal movement, or 8-way movement in general, it's a really fun run to just kind of run from point A to point B over and over again.
Since Corp is running this with no RNG manip, it adds even, or I'm sorry, it removes a lot of stress with the encounter skips. Even though they do lose you time, it's definitely not as bad if you're going any percent. Because you can just continue right after and with no problem. Usually just 7 to 10 second loss of time.
No diagonal up on those stairs. I'm disappointed.
Corp, how could you?
Think of those frames.
Okay, I totally did, but maybe I didn't. Stairs are weird in this game. As you mentioned, up, right is... You save little frames on movement, so we try to make use of that as often as we can. So here we learn that Queen Lean is in fact Princess Marl. We don't know she's a princess yet, but she reveals it to Chrono, and yeah.
Interestingly enough, something that I've forgotten since running the game is a lot of extra tidbits when exploring, when trying to figure out what to do. If you go to the Truce Inn before coming here, you get to meet Toma for the first time. And if you buy him a drink, he explains that Queen Lean was going to the cathedral and didn't return. But then they quickly say that she was found, which you ultimately find out that it wasn't actually Lean that was found. It's Marl.
It's one of the theories that it's the reason Marl disappears here. It's the entity taking her away because it doesn't want the timeline disrupted. Because technically, if Lean's not found, as we're just going to find out in this little cutscene, if Lean's not found, Marl or Princess Nadia is never born. Which
That
kinda
is
throws a big wrench into the Gardena family line.
And I think this is one of the reasons I don't like this cutscene too much, because this one kind of goes against what, like, the rules of the Chrono Trigger universe state. So,
Yeah.
like, this is, you know what I mean? This is like the grandfather, what is it called? The grandfather clause or whatever?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, you have 2 Melchiors later on. So that completely, destroys this. So I'm not really sure why this whole scene is even added. Maybe it was just like an early concept and they kind of either didn't go with it or...
So here, Corp's gonna give Chrono the Power Glove for a little bit of extra damage. We can't do inventory management in battle, so we have to do it all outside of battle. We're just throwing the shelters on top because they're the items that we're going to be spamming really the most. We're going to be taking 2 encounters here. This first encounter will have Chrono learn his first tech, Cyclone, and then the second attack will learn the dual attack, Fire Whirl, which will be very useful coming up for the Cathedral part.
Yeah, that Rolly Rider rarely gets a turn there, depending on how you do this, but it's always a surprise when you see it and kind of disappointing.
I know I hate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the runners hate it so much.
So 2 quick fights sets us up for all we need to go check out the Cathedral. We're just going to be somewhat hugging these trees to skip all the encounter tiles along the way. And here, what do we find? The Gardino Royal Crest. OMG, what do we do? So these Nagas are very heavily physical resistant, but they take a boatload of damage from fire. Corp got really lucky there with 3 of them lining up as quickly as they did. So this is the one point where Fire Whirl really saves a lot of time, because Cyclone on itself does like 17 damage, as I found out in a race like last week, because I'm an idiot.
I would say even up to this point, like, it still feels of like very casual, because you would have these abilities regardless.
Yeah.
And hopefully you would handle this fight in a similar fashion. And with that being said, oh, go ahead.
This is completely glitchless, so no unequipped glitch, no fade out glitch, no save anywhere, no back in time. Playing the game as the game is intended in one way, form of another. Hence the glitchless title.
There will be a lot
we
of
do text box abuse at times. But that's not really a glitch, more just abusing game mechanics.
Yeah, some people will argue that like some encounter skips that we do are glitches, but they definitely are not glitches. They are clever movement around tiles.
So here we got the best party member that will definitely not get sidelined as soon as possible. Froggo. We're running around here. We're gonna grab a revive, power tab, some better swords for Chrono and Frog. So at this point, Frog is also looking for Queen Lean. We just happened to run into him, so he's decided to give us a hand. Chrono's going to pop a Ether on himself here for the next couple of fights coming up. We do want good old Froggy Boy to learn Slurp Cut, so him and Chrono can learn X Slash, which will be very useful in the next boss coming up.
I believe Frog was tasked with protecting Lean from Cyrus, right?
I will say yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure that was like Cyrus's like dying wish or whatever, but we'll just go with it.
Yeah, because he ends up. Oh, I'll go into that later.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Who will be the main party members? Chrono, Isla, and Luca. For a vast majority, Robo does get a lot of love. Our in-game party will be Magus, Luca, and...
Yeah, I would say Frog does get to see a good bit of fights. Like you use Frog all throughout Magus Castle.
He's forced though, so you really can't. Give him
Well, true, but he is there, and we do use him a little bit towards the end as well. I would say Marl probably is the least.
Yeah, Marl gets sidelined a lot.
Yeah, but she does get used, and so that is one of the cool things about this run is you do get to see every character utilized in some way, unlike a lot of speedruns that I've seen.
You know, a lot of speedruns you get like your kind of your main core, and everyone else just gets forgotten about.
Yep. And besides Haste Helm, Marl is, I believe, the only access to the haste.
Yep.
Which is, it's really good in this game. Yeah, using items to heal is just way too quick and easy. So that's
have
why.
A long animation too.
What, the heals?
Yeah.
Yeah, the heals are just way too slow. And mid tonics are just nice and quick and easy. They're cheap, and it allows you to have more DPS. So it's kind of like a win-win.
I found out yesterday, Robo's heal beam is like an 11-second animation where it's like you can throw a lapis for like 4 seconds and get the same amount of healing. So here we just activated the organ for the secret door up north. Corp's gonna kind of like just hug the left side of the wall a little bit to slide into the shelter. Chrono and Frog are gonna get their new swords. We're gonna heal everyone up. Give Chrono a little bit more damage. So here we find the Chancellor and the real Queen Lee. So the Yakra fight, his script is pretty abusable. He's going to move around in the battle a little bit. We're just going to wait for him to be close enough to Frog, and then we're going to X-slash him 6 times. If you're running the manipulated route, you can completely skip X-slash. You could, in theory, do it in this run, but you can also find yourself in a world of hurt just because you don't know what attack he's going to do or how much damage you're going to need to recover from.
Did you already explain his counter thing?
I did not.
Okay, so Yakra, as long as 3 party members are alive, if he's attacked, if he's attacked from a character that's further away from him, he will do an AOE counter, which it doesn't do too much damage, but it does waste a lot of time. And if you do it enough, it can hurt the fight a lot. So like Dine was saying, in the Manip run, you can kill off Luca, and you can just freely attack without worrying about getting countered. Or casually, if somebody happens to die in the fight.
Yeah. So unless you've really done like a lot of farming, you might not have access to a lot of revives. I know, I think it's the snakes, the Nashers can drop them. But in this point, unless you're doing like a lot of early heavy grinding, you might just not have the money to spend on them. So here's the... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just talking about in chat. I do agree with the heal beam, although it is really nice out of combat. Sub 18, GG Corp.
Nice.
Really? Huh. Okay, that's pretty good.
Very solid, yep. It is a really good first split.
The Corp's gonna open up this top right chest for a mid-ether. Oh, and he's letting the Chancellor out. He's feeling spicy. Normally we just leave him stuffed in there. So we have corrected the time anomaly. We've rescued Queen Lean. The family... I already forgot the word. Whatever. Their descendants are safe. My brain died. So Frog starts to feel self-pity because he failed to protect the queen. So he's going to go reflect on what he did wrong, or didn't do wrong, because it was out of his power. Over in the forest, and we'll go back and we'll talk to him in about an hour and a half. He's going to make himself a very nice house. And then the entity just returns Marl to us because she needs to go back to her own timeline. Oh, I thought the Corp was going to do the Jerry special and talk to Frog.
Yeah, talking to Frog there is pretty bad for the speed run. I think it's like 20 seconds.
Yeah, it feels like 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's an eternity. It's a very simple skip, yet it's if you're not
So
thinking
easy
about
to-
it.
So
Yep.
easy to space out and just hold down. And then you run into him and you're just like, well, I guess it's time to go back to the Millennium Fair.
Yeah, 20 seconds this early, definitely worth a reset.
Yeah. So this skip we unfortunately can't skip. But easy enough. Funny enough, in this game, your run meter builds up if you're in battle and you have a menu open. So if you really want some safe runaways, it's required for a bunch of encounters, but a lot of runners will just go into the tech menu for a quick second and then back out, and that will fill up the run gauge enough so everyone can just get out of battle.
Funny enough, I did not know you could run away in this game until probably the second time I played through it.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Casually, I don't know if that's in like the booklet or whatever, but they don't really explain how to run away from encounters, and it's quite magical. We're gonna really abuse how to run away in this game, and it's interesting compared to other RPGs.
Yeah, and I would say it's really not even necessary because the fights are usually so fast anyway that I just probably felt like it just didn't need to.
Also, it was nice to fight everything you came across to learn the text earlier as possible. I know me casually, like I always tried to get, what was it, like spin cut before Magus, and then that would guarantee me to get like Luminaire for Giga Gaia. Even though I didn't need it, it was just still fun to abuse. So here, just going back through the forest, the forest between 600 and 1000 AD does have different encounter tiles. So you can be a little more free about going around that southwest tree. Going the left path and up is just faster than going all the way around to the right. It's more of a direct path. It's not so much Luminaires, it's not so much lag. Chrono is just a very crappy mage. Chrono has the lowest magic stat out of everyone, and even though Luminaire is quite a bit stronger than Flare, he just doesn't have the magic stat to back it. Where something like Falcon Hit has a very wide radius, does a lot of damage, and takes very little MP.
And I think it's already kind of been mentioned in chat, but depending on your actions during the during your time in the fair earlier will determine guilty or not guilty during this scene. There are ways to, there's obviously ways to guarantee that you can get guilty or not guilty, but for speedrun purposes, it's better to do the bare minimum, and that's just mostly just saying using the bottom option for both of the things the chancellor's about to ask us. And if you get guilty, it is like a 5-second time save against not guilty.
Yeah, it's like 3 to 5. This area itself is just incredibly laggy. You can probably notice it with how the text appearing on screen is kind of like hitching. And this is one area you really don't want to mash a lot. You kind of just want to start like lightly tapping the A button. And I think this is like one of the only few scenes in the game where this happens.
Yeah, I think so.
So here Gardina's getting that good justice system to work right after we implemented it, after saving the queen. And what does it do? Immediately bites us in the butt. Well, whether you're guilty or not, like Hobbs was saying, is completely RNG, but done by the second juror. Just because we don't interact with whatever his plot signal is. I know like one of them's like eating the man's lunch, another one is running away from Marl, something to do with finding a cat for a little girl. All those just add extra. It's nothing really to reset over, it's more just like a happy bonus when it happens.
And something that I actually didn't know until recently, or I didn't really realize, but the pink sack in the prison cell is only there if you get not guilty. And I think it's either 1, 2, or is it 5 ethers? Something like that. Depends on how many jurors actually say not guilty. But we don't grab the ethers in the speed run just because the chance of there is a chance of not getting guilty, so we can't actually, count on getting those every single time.
Another added good point about the run is just the money route in this game is very, very free. You end up just getting a lot of the armor sells for a lot of money. Bosses give a good chunk. Same thing with the random encounters, and we always end up overbuying items anyways. Especially like mid-tonics and full-tonics later on in the game. So you can always just buy less of them, and if you used a couple of extra shelters or extra revives and want to be safe, mid-game there's a lot of stuff you can sell just to kind of do a lot of safeties. So even though we're not guilty, we're still getting punished and we're still getting sent to the guillotine. But unfortunately, these guards are incompetent and they left us with our weapon for whatever reason.
We definitely take advantage of free lunches throughout this run.
Yep. Just not during the beginning part.
Yes.
So something I didn't know as a kid, I would just sit in the cell for the 3 days. I didn't know you could bang on the gates and let yourself out.
Yeah, same. And just as we're about to do, I'm going to knock out these guards with just hitting the A button behind them. I had no idea you can do that casually. For every guard fight that we do take, we're going to use Cyclone, which one-shots them. But we're going to try to dodge as many as we can.
Yeah, Cyclone has an inherent 25% damage increase over a slash, where if you end up getting a crit, it'll be faster, but if you're not manipulating the run, it's very hard. You're kind of just at a guessing game at this point. And a Cyclone's faster than 2 Chrono attacks and possibly an enemy attack. So with those shield enemies Corpse just skipped before this encounter, you want to kind of line yourself up in the middle of both of them. You can freely escape them. If you end up getting into the encounter, I don't think you can run from them. You
cannot. No, you have to wait for them to turn their shield to attack. It's a very, very slow fight. And that skip actually it looks very easy and it's very easy to do, but it's much tighter than you realize.
Chrono's just got a bigger hitbox when he runs compared to like walking, which has a lot to do with that. Very clean prison. Those guards he knocked out operate on a 24-frame cycle. So the first guard, if he looks to the right, you have loads of time to go just give him a slight bonk on the head. But that second guard, depending if you're standing just a little bit too far away and how trolly he is, he can get what feels like a quick turn in on you, and then you're kind of sitting there with a little bit of mud on your face. So here, Corp's just going to do a safety save. He's putting battle speed to 3. Dragon Tank you can do on battle speed 1, but you have a very, very small room for error. Battle speed 3 slows down. Doesn't even really know if it slows down the fight, because it just seems like he gets extra turns in. I know Hobbs and I have been playing around with it.
Yeah, it definitely seems different with this fight in particular. So he did grab a bunch of free mid-tonics from the guards, and then the final guard is actually 5 free mid-tonics. So that's a really nice safety to grab for situations like this.
So here we're just waiting for the head to do the heal. It's a scripted first, and it's a scripted second turn. So Chrono's going to attack the head 4 times. Luca will attack the head 3 times. If any of them get a crit, that counts as 2 normal attacks. If we do Cyclone, he'll just counter with a heal. Good crit on Luca. And the head grants the body fire immunity.
Ooh, he's got the juicer
double.
fight. Yep.
I think you're at 3 and 3. Nice.
Yeah.
So now that the head's gone, we'll be doing Fire Whirl, Cyclone, Fire Whirl.
Yeah, once the head is dead, you definitely have a much easier part of the fight, but you do need to be very quick to get rid of the wheel, because if that's not killed like within the next, I think like next ATV or 2, he will do a roll attack which will kill you.
Yeah, it does like 40 damage.
Especially at this point, that is a reset.
Very clean Dragon Tank.
Yeah, so that surprise crit from Chrono, I wasn't expecting it. But luckily with the additional crit from Luca, I was able to just go ahead and cycle in a little bit earlier with no issue. That all paid out. So I'm going to do a little guard skip here by walking up and then going straight down. You're just out of the guard's point of view or point of reference. And you skip a couple frames of text, and then I think when the guards are moving, it just creates additional lag on the screen.
Also kind of funny to watch those 2 guards in the front just run in a spot, because they can't move after you if you've skipped the first set of guards. So here the king is just kind of scolding his daughter. He wants her to put the kingdom first, and she just wants to go out and see the world. So we get chased into the Gardena forest, and our only option is to go back to jail or go into this giant blue portal and see where it takes us. So naturally, we just wait and see where it takes us. A lot of Marl's just storyline is her ignoring her duties as the princess, because she just wants to go out and explore the world like a normal person, which makes her branch of the side quest a little bit more heartfelt.
Yeah, her side quest, I don't think I ever did casually for some reason. So that was a really neat one to come back to when playing the game casually recently. So we're now coming up to lab 16. This is one of the enemy skip exploits that we use. As long as this, when these rats touch you, they steal. I believe they start with tonics, and then they move on to. Is it just money right after?
500 GP.
Yeah. So as long as you, after they steal, you're able to run past the enemy triggers. But we're also cleverly picking up items before they steal from us. We got the very important item there, the Berserker, which we're going to use quite a lot throughout the run.
The Berserker gets a lot of good use.
Yeah, so much that we use 2 of them.
Yep. We'd probably find a way to use 3 if it was possible, but I don't think you can get a 3rd in a new game type playthrough.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I would just slap on 3 and just go to town.
Yep. Just put the controller down, go to the bathroom.
Yep.
Does Luca have 2 of them? I don't know if I'd consider the Wonder Shot. The Wonder Shot just seems like that happy little accident. Coming up, everyone's favorite fight, Guardian. Guardian has 1,200 hit points. Each one of his little pod buddies have 200. We're going to be trying to kill the pods with Chrono and Marl's attacks. Luca will use Flame Toss because it does twice as much as her physical. You're really kind of hoping the 2 bits line up in a sense, just so that you can get 40 damage on each of them.
We've also barely. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was about to say they're starting off pretty aggressive.
Yeah. I was gonna say, normally you would do a lot of fights before this, but we're actually very underleveled. We're probably like maybe where you would be casually, maybe like 3 levels or so underleveled for this fight. But if you are clever with optimizing damage on both of the bits, you can. You can typically get this fight handled in under 2 cycles.
Alright. Now that both bits are dead, we're just going to hold X. Guardian doesn't take any damage from fire, so using something like Fire World isn't worth it. Especially with Chrono using Cyclone as well. The extra damage actually slows down the fight quite a bit, because you're not guaranteed the 1 cycle kill. And Cyclone just has a much longer animation than just Chrono swiping with his sword.
Yeah, and Moral seems to crit a lot in this fight, so surprising amount of damage actually comes from her.
But funny enough, with Marl and Luca, the game doesn't take their strength stat into the damage calculation, so using power tabs on them casually is just a complete waste unless you're looking to max out everyone's stat. Because they're ranged attackers, it's the hit chance plus weapon strength. And then second phase is just a rinse and repeat of the first one, kill the 2 bits. Their damage calculation is just different than melee-based characters, because melee-based is strength plus weapon stat, where ranged is hit rate plus weapon stat.
So lore-wise, though, the guy upstairs, his name is Doan. I believe he asked us to come down here to. He told us that there's a food, or to look for food or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're having a little bit of an issue. This fight can just be very rude if it wants to be. So it is theorized the old man Doan is part of the Gardena descendants.
So he would technically be descendants of Chrono and Moral, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So in the future, there is a robotic entity that has created robots to try to exterminate the human race. And the human race has been relying on a machine called the Enertron. The Enertron basically doesn't give you food, but gives you a good night's rest. And there hasn't been a good food production, as we see here in this screen. All the food has been spoiled because the refrigeration system has died. So this poor-looking guy here, he's just very tired. He has a seed, so we're going to convince the people upstairs to try to start harvesting their own food to try to fight against the robots once they end up getting healthy. So we do have to talk to him a additional time. Just to cue this, we have to talk to this rat to get the password for the door. Even though once you played through the game once or twice, you know the password. The game still makes you do this. One of the nice things about learning about movement in Chrono Trigger is the enemies will spawn from a fixed point when you enter the room, and they'll follow pretty much the same pattern. So if you want to practice movement from room to room, it's very easy. You can just load up a save state before going into it, and as long as your movement's the same, the enemies will be in the same location. So it's not like you have to learn 6 or 7 different patterns of the way everyone's moving. So here we find out what happened between 1000 AD and 2300 AD. We find out that this factory here has something special. And then we find out what happens is Lavos, a interdimensional or a time or space traveling space tick, landed on Earth millions of years ago, decided to wake up in 1999 and just destroy the world. And then humanity's been trying to recover from it ever since.
And I believe, funny enough, them seeing this video is really the only thing that changes time. Because if they didn't see this, nothing else would have happened. Pretty much. But I think it's important to say that they don't really know what they're looking at. They just know that something bad is happening now. They don't know, where it came from or anything like that.
A lot of the timeline ends up getting altered and changed quite a bit from us just going through the story.
These two screens here, they take a lot of practice. So Corp might make it look easy, but there's a lot of very strict movements with avoiding these bugs. In a reasonable speed.
So we tell Doan we discovered what already happened 300 years ago. And he's like, yeah, we know about that. Where's the food? And we're like, hey, here's these seeds. And he's like, what are we supposed to do with these? We're like, how about plant them? And he's like, I don't think so. So we tell him we're healthy, and he's like, "All right, we'll give it a shot." So we end up getting the bike key for the patented Johnny race over at lap 32. So this first race is mandatory. If you happen to fail it, you can run through. It does save a little bit of time other than doing the race twice.
Yeah, I don't know for anyone else, but for me, the Johnny race, from a casual point of view, is actually kind of challenging. It really depends on how you use the boost button, but you essentially want to save it for the very end, because Johnny has a rubber band effect where he'll catch up to you if you get too far ahead of him. So by utilizing the boost button at just the right time, you can win the race just about every time. Every runner has their own way of doing this race, but it's more optimal to get in front of Johnny and let him bump you forward the entire way. But I've never practiced how to do that, and it's quite challenging, at least as far as I know. Keep that up the whole way.
I've never had my butt clenched so many times than trying to do the bounce strats, because if I win, it always feels like the pity win.
Yeah, I've lost way too many times,
Yeah.
so I just take the time loss and do the safe strat. Mine looks very much like what Corp just did.
Same.
Yeah.
In something like that, I'd rather lose the 3 or 4 seconds than be safe. I love getting the crit when you don't need it. Always a good feeling. So these,
Yeah, I'm not too sure on the possible time save with the bump strat with the Johnny race. It's probably just a couple seconds, like Dine said, but I'm not really sure.
So these robots, they're cued to move if you run by them, but if you walk by them, they just never wake up. So they're gonna pretty much be living there for the rest of the game. And even though we have to walk by them 2 or 3 more times, it's still faster than getting into the encounter, fighting the encounter, or running away from it. And here, Luca and Marl have a little bit of a talk about why robots are evil and why they're not evil. Luca repairs her new best friend forever. I still don't know. I don't know if Robo was put here to defend the door. I don't quite know his plot point for being here.
Yeah, I don't think there actually is one.
I think in the PlayStation animation video, the FMV, it looks like he's amongst just a bunch of junk. So it might be they just put him here, and he's not necessarily the guardian for the door.
Okay.
But maybe not.
And due to the limitations of the SNES, they didn't want to fill this room with too much stuff.
So funny enough, in Chrono Trigger, you can't name 2 people the same name. So that's why we had to name Robo 9. You can name Chrono 9 and Robo O. Really doesn't matter in the grand scheme. With those 2 namings, it's the only time where it really lines up. Ayla, we can just keep the capital A, and everything's good to go. So it doesn't really matter who you take to the dome. I believe we just take Luca because she's the top option.
Yeah, I don't think it matters at all. Maybe, no, yeah, because we don't need to worry about TP, so.
Yeah.
And we're about to see the first use of the Berserker.
So what the Berserker does is it gives you a 50% damage increase. You attack on the first available frame, and it gives you a 33% physical damage reduction. So it's basically like having Prism Specs and Protect status on one character. And these acids here are very annoying. Robo can hit anywhere between like 1 and 11, or 1 and 7. These guys only have 10 hit points, so there are a couple of times where you just get like a bunch of ones in the fight, and you just chip them down slowly.
Yeah, this fight can easily last like 6+ turns. It's ridiculous.
Chrono's got a pretty low magic stat in general. I don't know if it's lower than Robo's per se, but it'd be pretty close. So here Corp's just gonna hug the north wall to skip a couple of encounters, and then hug the left and south wall for the same reason. So this fight coming up with the 5 slimes is a nice fun game in all of our streams.
This fight can waste anywhere between like 20 seconds to over what, a minute and a half, depending.
Yeah. So depending on those slimes you get is frame based. 5 greens is like the chef's kiss. The green slimes have 9 hit points and they just take a lot more damage than the red ones. And you can see you get unlucky sometimes with the counterattacks.
Yeah, if the greens are too close to a red while they're attacked, they will do an AoE counterattack. So you do want to avoid that as much as possible. I would say it's there's not really many situations to where you would actually want to take the counter, unless you're able to like cyclone like maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah.
But really, as long as you don't die here, it's fine.
And Chrono's got a lot of magic points to waste. You basically want to be leaving this fight with 8+. These guys just have such high defense.
Yeah, you'll often see crits for like 1 or 2 damage as well, which is very unfortunate.
Pretty smooth fight overall.
Yep, time is looking good here.
The best is when you cyclone 5 reds and they all get 0 damage. Those
Yeah,
are the
don't-
moments you feel good about yourself.
Yeah, don't remind me.
So with these computer screens, the password is XABY. You can just hold down all 4 of the face buttons, and the game will input everything in the first available frame in the correct order. The same works for the Leg Crusher 3000, Maluka's mom. If you just hold LR and A, it'll input the password for you correctly, so you don't have to worry about it.
And there's actually a whole other half of this dungeon that we're not even going through, because that's where you would normally go through and get a bunch of items and get the code for this. But since the code is static, you don't have to go through that part. You can just go straight to the computer.
But you miss out on the claw game.
That's true, yeah. And all that precious XP.
I know.
Now Robo, a hero from the beginning.
Unlike the first run through, all the encounter tiles are disabled, so we can just do optimal running. Running in this game, the game only tracks your acceleration on one axis. So if you're running north, you can zigzag west and east, and you don't lose any movement speed, which is really nice if you just want to spruce up your jog a little bit.
Alright, if anybody has any Bible thump emotes or the like, now's a good time to post it in chat.
Yeah, so these robots are the R series, just like Robo. They see that he's with humans, and I believe that what their protocol and their mission is to to kill humans. So they see him with humans, so they automatically assume he's defective. So what they're gonna do with defective robots is throw them in the trash.
And you're kind of just stuck there watching. If you try to help out Robo, you get thrown to the side, and he's like, "Don't hurt my friends."
Yeah, everybody always talks about how much everybody else does for this party, but Robo, man, he takes a beating for everybody. So Corp is making this fight look very easy, but this fight can go south very, very quickly. They can do, each of their punches is like 30 damage. So if you're not quick with these inputs, they can just keep going back and back to back attacking. But with the way that he specifically attacked the front row and then the back row twice, it prevents any major damage. So you can typically get through this fight without healing.
And the Cyclone is a very, very good tech for that fight, because if you leave, I think it's just one R series alive, it starts to go pretty crazy and hurt your party with some really challenging moves. I don't know if it does like Uzi Punch or anything like that, but it gets more dangerous the less R series there are. No pun intended.
Yeah, I think it depends on which row that they're in. So I know, I think is it only the front row that does the AoE explosion? I know the back row will like toss your characters back and forth.
I think.
Yeah, I haven't messed around with that fight too much.
Fire World. I don't know if Hobbs covered this. I had to mute myself for a second. Fire World doesn't do anything over Cyclone. It still takes 2. And Fire World's a faster animation.
Oh, I missed that question. Yeah, you got it.
And I believe they have an AI script for if you hit them with a dual tech, they end up doing the beast toss, where they end up just knocking you back and forth between them. Because if Fire World was able to one-shot, we definitely would go that route. But thankfully, it lines up nicely with Chrono's strength stat and his level. Cyclone is just an easy 2-kill, and it's a very consistent 2-kill.
So up to this point, we've only gone through time gates with 3 party members. But going through one with 4, we've found that it leads us to the end of time. For some reason, only 3 people can go through a time gate together at the same time. Otherwise, you end up here at the end of time, and you have to leave party members behind. So they tried to add a lore reasoning for only 3 members in your party.
Oh man, come on, quadruple text. Here we go.
Come on, Specchio fight.
Yep. So there, when he decides to, when the guru decides, hey, only 3 people can be your party, if you hold B and start, you'll exit that screen on the first possible frame. The same trick also works when you're leaving the inventory screen or the party equip screen. If you just hold B and start, it'll get you out on the first available frame. We'll save you a little bit of time over the course of the run. And then good old Specchio just yelling magic as we run around in circles. He's very happy. He's dancing. So even though Chrono never learned Slash and Luca never learned Hypno Wave, because we learned Magic, we instantly get access to the level 2 and level 3 tech. If Chrono could learn Slash for the slime fight, it would be a lot of fun. Slash is a very powerful magic-based ability.
Yeah, I didn't think
Slash
about.
would-
Oh, sorry. I didn't think about that image of like Specchio being a coach, just screaming magic at you as you're running in circles. That's great, Diane.
Oh, it's Riggs. Every time he does it, like he'll do all 3 loops just yelling magic over and over again. I don't know how he does it. I stumble after like the 5th one.
I just don't even try.
Yeah.
So, was it Gaspar? Yeah, Gaspar told us to head back to our time. So we went through the 1000 AD portal, but we've ended up in Medina, which is... I don't really think the characters know where this is at the moment.
No.
Yeah, so we find out that this is like the aftermath. This is the aftermath of the Magus War. So this is, I guess, this is like the remaining of Magus's army, and they've kind of built a town. Is that correct?
They started taking here, and then they kind of just didn't know how to get over the water for the rest of the world. It's kind of just like Monster Island in a sense, is the way like I always understood it.
Mm-hmm. And then Melchior, at this point we don't really know who Melchior is, but he basically told us how to get back home, and he said to go through Hecarim Cave, or Magic Cave.
Yeah, Melchior is just a human weaponsmith that decided to set up shop over in this area. No one really knows how he got here. If you go around and talk to the city, a lot of the inhabitants are not very kind to having humans around. But thankfully the 2 with the Narnia closet are okay with us just popping in and out whenever we want to.
Yeah, I mean, they offer us cake and everything. Really nice.
They even left a slice out for us.
This is pretty much like, this has got to be like the shortest dungeon in the game. I mean, we don't take any fights here, and we just go straight to the boss. And there's another example of a combat skip, much like bird skip. You'll see after these roly-polies. If he does it correctly, you can hold down here on this slope and skip this bat encounter. Yep.
A lot of the encounter skips are very varied in the run. Some of them require you to not run or hold one direction, or just completely just walk to side to them, and it doesn't matter. So this cave is really just the tutorial to magic.
Yeah, and this boss, he can dish out a lot of damage. He's very nice in taking a break to let you heal and everything. So it's really not too tough, but if you're not careful, he can definitely wipe your party.
Yeah, this is one of the fights that can go south very, very quickly. This is really just like magic tutorial cave. Even though we're using Antipode with Luca and Marl, most dual techs and triple techs will give you a damage modifier depending on what the ability is. Antipode doesn't give us any additional damage, it's just a much faster animation than watching fire and ice separately. And since the 2 girls are very good mages, it ends up being quite a bit of damage. So this fight kind of just has your normal cycles, where it's you deal damage, you heal up, deal damage, heal up. A lot of fights in Chrono Trigger kind of follow this same mechanic of we're going to use just a couple of set abilities when we can. Corp's just waiting here to deal damage to push Hecarim into his second part of his AI phase. When he drops below half health, he'll start using water cyclones. So letting him get that bubble in before doing an attack just makes the fight a little bit safer. Switched from lightning to slash. We only need to do about 3 lightnings, and then slash has a faster animation, and it will cover, since we did those lightnings at the beginning, it will just cover any possible damage rolls that will happen. Thankfully in Chrono Trigger, damage rolls aren't too varied. I think at most you'll see is like maybe 30 or 40 like near the end game, but everything is pretty tight. With damage just regardless, so you don't have to worry about missing a boss by like 100 hit points or something like that. Hecarim being the good guy and distributing the water cyclone damage.
And I believe this is the last boss we use Marl for quite a while. Yeah, we'll have her in the party at the beginning of Xenon Bridge, but we'll swap her out right before Zombie.
So this speedrun does have a tech point route. We do want to learn certain techs at certain parts in the run. There is a minor flaw in the game's coding, where if you end up learning an ability, you actually get double the amounts of TP. So since it's a game mechanic that we can't really avoid, we just take full advantage of it. Because the only way to really avoid it is to leave the dungeon, go all the way back to the Millennium Fair, fight Gato, get the 1 TP, get the tech, and then go back into the dungeon. It's just not speedrun feasible, nor would it make it a fun speedrun.
Go ahead.
So if someone gets 40 tech points from a battle and they learn an ability, they get 40 tech points towards learning that ability, and then another 40 towards the next ability. Which does shave down quite a few encounters that we would normally need, because our end game is Luca learning her ultimate tech, Flare, which takes quite a bit of the tech points.
Yeah, at this point, lore-wise, I believe the heroes think that Magus is the one that's summoning Lavos, because just going off of the evidence that they've seen and heard, so that's right now that's the current goal. We need to destroy Magus to save the world. So without knowing anything else, it seems like a pretty cut and dry story. So that's where we're heading right now.
And here we're just fighting Gato. We need 40 silver points to do the Chrono doll much later in the run. And it just works out, it's most efficient to get it here. You can do it now or you can do it 2 hours from now, but you're still going to one-shot them. This is one of the last times we're going this far into the Millennium Fair.
The correct pronunciation of that character's name is Dine. Could you take it from here?
Marl, Marley, Marley. They're all pronunciations are correct. We don't discriminate here. We accept all.
However you say it is the correct way.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of fiction games. Yeah, her name is.
You want to be
Eve.
speedrun specific?
Yeah, I'm sure if somebody wanted to pronounce it Merle, that'd be fine, just as all the same. But yeah. So here we're coming up on the second bird skip of the run. There are 3 total that we do. and it helps us save just a single encounter. But yeah, see how we do.
We also end up grabbing the Tabin vest for Luca from the house. This is a very important piece of equipment you don't want to skip. As Hobbs was mentioning earlier, speed is absolutely king in this game. A lot of your stats max out at 100. Speed maxes out at 16. And the Tabin vest will give Luca 2 speed. So making your character 1/8 faster doesn't really sound like a lot, but she's pretty much going to be married to the vest for the next, like, 2 hours.
Yeah, and not only that, it does cut fire damage by 50%, I think.
Yeah.
So it's a really, really good piece of armor this early. For especially how quick you can get it too. It would be ridiculous to not pick it up.
I thought I had the big brain and not picked it up once, and I think I ran out of mid-tonics on Magus, just because I had to heal, because you're losing also quite a bit of defense as well. So we went to the Xenon Bridge, and the captain's like, hey, we need some rations. So we're like, all right, we'll go back to the castle and get them. So what Corp was doing there is, there's a certain distance when you get away from the chef that the game will instantly close the text box. So he was running in and out of that zone just to prevent the game from typing out the message. And then waiting at the stairs for the get back to work text box. And that's what flags the game to send the chef upstairs on the first floor to give you the jerky and the power tab. So here in 600 AD, the humans are kind of just warding off Ozzy and the Magus army from infiltrating Poirier and Gardena. So it just happens to be that since we're here, we'll give it a hand. Why not? As you can see, 2 of the guards are just very tired from fighting all day. They're just taking a nap. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, our team is definitely qualified because we are heroes. 17, 18-year-old heroes.
You have unique sprites. You're golden. So coming up with these next 2 Descendant fights, you can fight the Descendants, or something I learned from watching the speedrun. If you attack Ozzy 3 times, they just die. And attacking Ozzy is much faster than trying to kill these deceases.
Yeah, I most definitely did not attack Ozzy.
Nope.
I
never thought about it.
Nope. And I can't remember if you already said, but yeah, 3 attacks on Ozzy, it kills everything, and you get all of the tech points and experience from both of the Descendants. It's really nice.
It is nice in Chrono Trigger that there is no experience splitting as well. So whatever experience you get from the battle, everyone that's alive in the battle will get. And then everyone that's in your sub-party will get 75% of that. Sadly, they don't get any of the tech points, but it does save you from like a couple of instances where if you haven't used someone for a while, and then them just being like 10 or 15 levels lower than everyone else.
Yeah, I do think it's a really nice trade-off, especially with later on in the game with how many tech points you get. It's so easy to catch them up.
So here we're giving Marl the boot for good old Berserk Robo. And we're gonna just kind of hoping that he's going to behave. Luca is a very slow girl, so we're just gonna give her the speed tab and magic tab. Luca is a very, very good mage. Not as good as someone else we'll be recruiting later on, but she just has a naturally high magic stat and gains good magic level up.
So we are somewhat taking a chance on Robo here for this fight. If too much damage is done to Zombor on his bottom half too quickly, the top will do an attack called Doom Doom Doom, which it's like roughly 100 damage to each character. So we're hoping that Robo only attacks the top.
Nope, he didn't hear you. He's ignoring you.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, when Robo's berserked, he's not the hero that we want all the time.
So we can take 3 robo attacks to the legs before we have to abandon these cyclones.
And it gets to a point where it's just, you're past a point of no return, so you just need to go for it. Seeing the fire on Luca... Wait, was that a crit? No, that wasn't. Okay. Yeah, seeing the fire on Luca is really nice since she does have that fire reduction. Definitely helps in case you get doom.
Alright, Robo's starting to cooperate.
Oh, this is a good outcome here.
Yeah. So now that top half's done, Chrono's going to use Slash. Luca is going to use Fire. And then we're going to let Robo just continue on doing what he's doing. Anytime you get through this fight, in my opinion, when you don't see doom, it's always a good fight.
And we're about to do the first big shop. Actually, one of the only shops in the whole run. We're going to sell all of our ethers and mid-ethers, buy a bunch of shelters, revives, heals, and mid-tonics? Yeah, mid-tonics. Roughly about 50 mid-tonics. And like Dine mentioned earlier, we're definitely overbuying on healing, but we have the money and there's really nothing else to spend it on, so...
We don't want Robo Berserk coming up to this next section. So we're just giving him his brand new Mirage Glove, and then we'll give him the Defender just because it's on the top of the accessories. So here, Corp, just putting Luca on Flame Toss and then Robo on Laser Spin. Flame Toss is going to be used on the second fight coming up. When we use Flame Toss on the Goblin, he'll throw the hammer, which greatly lowers his defense. Because normally Chrono would deal about 17 or 20 damage to him. And now he's pretty much a one-shot kill. So story-wise, they said go to the top of the Denadaro Mountains if you talk to people in the town. There's supposed to be a hint there of a mystical sword that's supposed to help against the fight against Magus.
We also went straight to Denadoro. If you are able to go visit Frog first in his hovel, and he will talk to you about how he's kind of lost the will to fight. And I think he does mention that the sword is up here still.
I think he mentions something about the hero's medal.
He mentioned, okay, yeah. Maybe regardless, he's the one that helps give you some clues on what to do and, you know, where to progress the story.
Hardest screen in the game.
Yep. Just press up.
That screen, that screen sucks. So it's so easy to space out and hold like up left. If you hold up left, there's a gauntlet of 5 unrunnable encounters. It takes about 2 minutes to get through. Which is the bane of my existence quite thoroughly.
If you saw a Corp fell down the waterfall, I think this is like a 20-second detour or something. We're doing that to pick up the silver earring. Silver earring increases max HP by, I believe, 25%.
Yep.
And that's used in quite a few fights throughout, I'd say, the majority of the run.
It gets a lot of use out of it.
Yeah, so that 20 seconds is for very good value.
We got the magic tab by bugging the koala. Got a speed tab. We'll be picking up. Speed tabs is something we'll definitely be going out of our way for. And even though like some of them take 20 or 30 seconds to get, it's still very well worth it at the end of the day.
Yeah, I believe those all really do come to fruition, like in Black Omen mostly, especially against like Lavos.
So this is one fight I remember giving me a lot of trouble casually. No, the Masa and Mune fight by themselves isn't the worst in the world. For the sake of the speedrun, we're really praying Luca's Hypno Wave puts Mune, the guy on the right, to sleep. He's very tired. And see if it works. Nice. So these guys have 1,000 hit points each. So it's going to be a combination of fire punches and then just physical attacks. Fire punch does about 250 damage. Physicals will do about 100.
And the reason that we're focusing the left one instead of the right is because the right one's attacks will still add confuse. And that really can screw up this fight. The left one kind of just sits there.
Yep. Very clean phase 1. Phase 2 is where it gets a little more iffy. This boss has 3,600 hit points. And by chipping it away from 100 and 250 at a time, this fight can potentially take a long time, depending on what he likes to do.
Now that you mention it, I struggled on this fight casually when I was a kid too, because it is 2 fights back to back, and that's a lot for a kid, you know.
Oh, especially because like I never thought like status immunities. In this game, it really doesn't tell you if they're immune to it or not. It's just kind of like miss or it doesn't happen, so you never really know if it's worth pursuing. So thankfully with Masamune, he'll only attack the character he's close to, which will give you a good indication if you need to heal or not. Generally, you want to heal when you're below 100 hit points. But for the most part, it's just attacks, Chrono attacks and heals, do fire punches, and then once he starts inhaling, what's it called?
Wind thing.
Yeah,
Tornado.
Tornado energy. There we
There
go.
it is.
You want to use Chrono's slash ability to dissipate it. So really, Chrono is kind of the person that does a lot of things, and then Luca and Robo are just going to continually just fire punch to the end of time.
And if you did visit, I believe it was the inn near the market where we did the shop menu, there is an NPC that tells you about. I think they dropped like a very vague hint about what Slash can do to help you with this fight. But you can kind of tell where he's moving. As you can see, he's like moving towards Luca. So you can prep a little bit for this fight. But it does seem like if somebody attacks, he'll kind of move towards them.
100% does not mean items. 100% is just side quests given by the Guru of Time. We will not be throwing the soda on Pampa's grave. We won't be stepping on every tile. We won't be opening every treasure chest because we've already missed a bunch of them. A 100% playthrough would be much longer, especially in a glitchless situation. Alright, so it looks like Masamune's kind of buddying up to Robo at the moment.
And this also 100% also needs to include the final cutscene with Ozzy at Ozzy's fort after their fight.
So here we end up getting the blade of the Masamune. And then we have to go looking for the hilt. We've gotten the, we'll call them the Dream Brothers, seal of approval.
Yeah, Omega Flare is used quite a bit towards the end, but I mean, really not as much as you would think. It's really just in the final dungeon.
Falcon hit gets abused much more,
Yeah,
but
I
no one has
would
a
agree.
problem with that.
Nope, no one ever mentions Falcon hit.
No one ever complains about the 45 minutes to an hour we've used Falcon hit, but everyone hates the 20 minutes we use Omega Flare.
Yeah, so before we went into Denadora Mountain, we saw a little kid running around. His name was Tata. It's this little boy here. He found the hero's badge somewhere, and he convinced the whole town and everybody in it that he's a hero. And so the king actually tasked him to go up to Denadora Mountain and find the Masamune sword. So that's kind of that little interaction there. We just took the hero medal away from him because he doesn't deserve it. He's not Pierre from Chrono Cross. But yeah, so that's what we did there. Now we're gonna go talk to Frog and hear his lamentations. A little bit of it.
No new.
Uh-oh.
So for some reason, the game decided to put 2 different spawn chances for the new. It's like a 25% chance going into Frog, but a 33% chance leaving Frog. So here we find the hilt of the Masamune, and it's got Rolomex name scribed in it, which is just backwards for Meckler. He's been lying to us this whole time. So this is kind of like starts a little bit of a fetch quest kind of thing, where it's like we leave 600, go to 1,000, talk to Meckler, find out we need a magical substance that hasn't existed for millions of years called the Dreamstone. But luckily for us, we have time travel. So we're going back to the prehistoric age.
And we're about to hear the first time you ever hear Corridor Time. So it gives you a hint on that Melchior is not just some random NPC.
He's got a unique sprite and everything. He can't be just a random NPC. If RPGs have taught me anything, it's that.
I mean, he's just a swordsmith, Dine.
You know what? I can't argue that. You got me there. I'm tucked into a corner.
Alright, time to eat some delicious cake. In Chrono Trigger, cake is very nutritious as well as delicious.
And I believe anytime you heal up with external items like this, I think it actually heals all party members, even those not in your party. And that includes the healing bucket at the end of time, the bagged lunch from the old man in the fair.
I do find it kind of funny that the 65 mil BC portal is the only one that like ends you up on a random spot, like halfway through up a mountain. And if you go there beforehand, there's just, you fall down, you're like, I don't think I'm supposed to be here.
I do think everybody goes there for like casually, yeah, and then they just like you're just wandering around like not knowing what the heck to do. Yeah,
But
all
here
you
we
see
end up.
is. Oh, good.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, all you see is like, 65 million years. That sounds great. Let's go.
There we end up running into a bunch of reptiles. Thankfully, these guys are weak to shadow, which basically is most of Robo's abilities. So he's going to show them the power of Disco. The reptiles are just dead.
Yeah, so when we were in the end of time, Gaspard mentioned we should go get some magic, and Specio told us what our elements are. But if you were to take Robo in there, you would find out that he can't use magic, but some of his attacks carry the shadow-based element. So Laser Spin is one of those, and it's just very effective against the Reptide enemies.
Four out of the playable characters learn magic: Chrono, Luca, Marl, and Frog. Which makes it kind of nice because you don't have to keep like going back there with everyone. So Robo and Isla are just two very unique characters because if you wanted to, for some reason, you could basically just grind this area over and over again if you wanted like the feathers and fangs for the pieces of equipment, get some really good techs.
I think it also was, this is definitely like a theory, but there was theorized that Ayla was originally meant to be fire. Because she does have, I think somebody looked into the game files and she has like a slight resistance to fire.
Oh, interesting.
But that was probably scrapped due to lore reasons, or maybe just to not overuse, the fire element. But I mean, there's 2 water users, so
yeah,
it wouldn't be that far-fetched.
Yeah, Ayla can't use magic for reasons we'll get to when we get to that appropriate plot point.
Yep, exactly.
There is a lore reason, which I actually learned while trying to prepare for this. I haven't prepared much, but I did prepare that.
Corp also just picked up the 2nd Berserker. So, and we'll be using those again very shortly.
So another good reason not to have Marl in your party is Marl likes to dance. Robo likes to dance too, but thankfully he stays in one spot and dances for a lot shorter period of time. So you're just waiting for him to sit down 4 times, and then talk to him, and that'll flag the soup drinking contest with Ayla. So in 65 mil BC, there's been a big war going on between the reptiles and the humans. The reptiles have evolved at a much faster rate than the humans have. So we also learned that Ayla has a chunk of the Dreamstone we need, which thankfully for us, we didn't have to go very far. This soup drinking contest is, I got told it's hard to fail. You don't really need to mash the fastest, but I have memories of losing it as a kid, and I don't remember the reasons.
Yeah, you would have to mash very slow to fail that. So I think she only drinks like 6?
Yeah.
Or something like that. Yeah, and you could easily drink like 12 on just a decent mash.
Yeah, so during the banquet, Ayla mentioned a little bit of the lore of this time period, and that there are 2 main villages or settlements for humans. That's Ioka village and Laruba. And Laruba is like a pacifist village. They just don't want to fight. And that'll kind of come into play later because the peaceful villagers kind of have access to things that the warlike villagers do not.
We wake up, we found our gate key is robbed. There's a bunch of footprints. And who do we find at the end of it is Kino. Ayla's consort, as the game puts it. So Kino got mad that Ayla might like Chrono, So they decided just to steal them stuff and leave them stranded. So this sets off the giant flag of going through the forest lair, and then going through, I think it's the reptite lair.
Yeah, that's correct.
This is one of my favorite screens for movement casually. You just get stuck on absolutely random stuff for no reason.
Oh, especially on that last little grassy stretch.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I think I lost like 20 seconds on that little U-bend there because like I just
Yep.
couldn't move.
The only way to get through it is by walking.
Yep.
You're like literally just stuck. The movement there does feel nice when you're not getting stuck, but yeah, it can be rough.
So this area is pretty cool casually. Those dweebles will just keep opening up new paths, and some of the paths have nice little treasure chests. I have long forgotten what's inside of them. But we're only interested in going right to the boss.
Yeah, there's only one thing we really want in here, and it's very easy to get. It's the rock helm. We're gonna put that on Chrono pretty quickly.
So coming up is the Megazord, and he's one of the unique dinosaurs that kind of gives you a little bit of a hint to the boss coming up. Is his defense drops very significantly once you've electrocuted him. And another good thing about him being electrocuted, ooh, nice crit, is he doesn't do his counterattack, which is like a flame breath that takes 3 million years.
Well, that's pretty ideal for that fight.
Yeah, that's pretty much the perfect fight you're looking for.
This is, I think, one of the first enemies in the game up to this point that has like a it's almost like an aggro vision.
Yeah.
I can't recall any before now, but that's why we do that weird movement there. We wait until he turns around and then we go.
Oh, look at that menu.
Very clean. So this fight,
Sucks.
yeah, this fight, well, just like the what was the dinosaur just called that he fought?
Megazord.
Yeah, the just like the Megazord, like Dine mentioned. You're gonna want to use lightning first, and then he will start to take damage. We're pretty much hoping for as many crits as possible, specifically from Ayla. Her crit can do like 400 plus damage at this point with the Berserker on. So that's really what it comes down to. Uh-oh.
Starts off with a wasted crit.
Yeah. So the speed of this fight is purely determined by how many crits.
Nisbel's a chonky boy too. He's got 4,200 hit points. So we waited for Nisbel to get an attack off before we electrocuted him, just to put his ATB at a known value, and also just to try to maximize as much damage as we can get before he ends up doing the discharge. Because after the discharge, Chrono is pretty much on healing duty. There's no real way to kill him in 2 cycles. It usually goes to 3. If you're unlucky, it'll go to 4. But Corp's got 2 crits, so it looks like it'll be a 3-cycle fight.
He
Since
could.
there's-
Oh, good.
I was just gonna say he's just healing up. He's only got enough ATB to heal 2 people, so he's gonna heal up Chrono and Ayla, because Chrono's the access to the main damage, and then Ayla's the main damage dealer.
So yeah, Robo is definitely intended to die here, and that TP is calculated into the TP route for the run. Unfortunately, he gets the short end of the stick on a couple fights like this.
Nice 3 crits.
Great fight there. 5
That was
crits
a
altogether.
very good fight. So we've showed Azalea, the leader of the Reptites, that humans are a force to reckon with because they've been bullied quite a bit until this point. And he gives us back the gate key. And Ayla just drank too much soup the night before and it gave her a stomach ache. And much like everyone else in swimming, she just decided to go into a fight instead of just waiting the 30 minutes. We get the Dreamstone. If you leave this room on a moving diagonally, you skip a text box. Not the biggest thing in the world, but a couple of seconds saved is still a couple of seconds saved.
It was very nice of Azala to kind of just give us everything that we needed.
Yeah. So Luca, we're at this moment we're down 1 Berserker. Because Ayla doesn't get auto unequipped, she's basically going to be married to it until we see her again. We just gave Robo the Power Glove because that gets the Berserker off of him.
Yeah, there's not really a better time to do that before Magus' castle. So unfortunately, we do have to do a special menu just for the Power Glove or Berserker removal.
It would be nice to have that second Berserker for Magus' castle, but then you're greatly slowing down the Nizbel fight. Just because you're really banking on that 50% extra damage from Ayla. We got the Dreamstone. Now we're going back to Meklir because he said he can fix it. Which then we can present it to our good buddy Frog. Hopefully just cheer him up a little bit, get him out of his little rut he's in. So you can kind of shorten this sequence of cutscenes a little bit. When Meklir goes to the far left bookshelf, if you run against him for whatever reason, he doesn't stand there for as long. Then you kind of just like run around in circles, waiting for Luca to nod disappointingly at the stone. So the Masamune was supposed to have a property, I think it just doesn't work right in the game's code, where it's supposed to deal double damage against magical-based enemies. I don't know if that flag is just not set, or certain enemies aren't flagged to be magical beings, but sadly we don't get that double damage boost. If we did, oh baby, this run would be that much better. But the Masamune is still a very, very big attack increase for Frog, especially as Hobbs mentioned with the Berserker. Should not Frog turn back into human? It'd be nice, but no. If you kill Magus, he only turns back into a human during one of the endings. That was one thing that disappointed me as a kid casually. Because I was really hoping to have, like, human Glenn in the party. Oh. It's okay, you got 2 out of the 3 skips.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 is not bad. I got a little greedy with my taps. Being able to tap forward like a single pixel at a time is kind of a necessary skill for the speedrun if you want to, you know, get really, really good times. So if you hold it down too long, you go too far forward and just mess up. But it's okay. No.
Even if Magus wasn't an asset to the run, not fighting him is still faster than fighting him. It just so happens that he ends up being an extremely good mage with a very broken damage formula. And now, this is my least favorite part of the run, where we just get to see a bunch of, like, Glenn's memories from way back. This is probably, like, one of the more cutscene-heavy parts of the run. So
Yeah,
here we see... Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, I agree with you. This is probably the longest cutscene in the whole game, just because it's like a two-parter.
Yeah. So here we see the Great Knight Cyrus. Glenn is his squire. So Cyrus has been charged to go and kill Magus. And he's taken his best friend Glenn with him. And there's Lean wishing him good luck. Even Cyrus admits that Glenn is a better swordsman than him, even though he kind of just looks like Pierre from Poor. It's always the skinny ones you gotta watch out for. So, because he's a hero, we need to see some heroic deeds. So this is where you find out Magus is just too strong of a being. Without the Moss Immune, Magus ended up destroying it in the fight, and Cyrus just stands no match. Glenn gets unfortunately turned into a frog because plot armor.
Now, if only they had all talked this out a bit more.
Yeah.
This could have been easily avoided, but unfortunately Magus is kind of in emo mode at the moment. Probably a little bit of corruption from Ozzy. But all signs do, at this point, still point to Magus being the villain. And with that, I believe that was like a dream. So with that dream and the hero's medal and Chrono's team pushing Frog and the Mass Immune, he's definitely hit some type of resolve. And is ready to actually fight back now, because he's definitely been like in the slumps, kind of living here by himself, and so he's gotten his second wind.
I would like that little attention to detail right before everyone wakes up, where Luca's sleeping against Robo.
Yeah.
I always like when games do little things like that for the cutscenes. So spoiler warning for any Frog lovers: Frog will not learn magic. Frog is never going to learn magic, and Frog will never know anything outside of Slurp Cut. Him going back to the end of time at this point is like a 3-minute detour. And most of the time we have Frog, he's going to be in the Berserk state. And none of his dual techs or possible triple techs to learn just aren't going to help the run out at all. The Moss Immune with its big damage increase on top of the Berserker's 50% is pretty much all we need. So here we just get more backstory with Cyrus and Glenn, how Cyrus decides to become a knight and he tries to get Glenn to follow him because Glenn's the much better swordsman.
But yeah, so if anybody's wearing headphones right now, you might want to turn down your volume just a bit. At the end of this cutscene, there's going to be a very loud sound that if you don't if you're not prepared for it, it could, you know, hurt your ears a bit. So just fair warning. We have like a minute before we hear it.
So crit chance is tied to the weapon you have equipped, not really the character. Frog, for some reason, a lot of his swords give him a 24% crit chance, which is much higher. Chrono and Robo are sitting around a 10. Luca and Marl's 12. I believe Megas is 14. There are certain weapons for Chrono specifically, like the Rainbow, that will boost it up to 70. The Shiva Edge will drop it to 6. But if you do crit, you get 4 times damage instead of 2 times damage. I know a lot of casual players will do Frog with a sword and then the hero medal, because the hero medal gives you an extra 10% crit rate, which is nice when it works, but the Berserker, for speedrun purposes, still just works out to be the superior option. Because you also get the double damage on the Berserker stat as well. So instead of doing 2 times damage, you end up doing 3 times damage.
Plus you get Red Froggy.
Yep. You get the Habanero Frog. So if anyone's played the PlayStation, the DS, or the PC version, this cutscene where Frog cuts the mountain is probably the top cutscene for me, outside of like Ayla joining the group.
And for some reason, the Masamune has the ability to chop a mountain in half one time.
So for the next little bit, we're going to get this little bat friend to follow us around. The start of Magus' castle is definitely a little nerve-wracking for newer runners. There's just no good save spots. Like, you can save outside of Magus' castle, but if you die to one of the 2 boss fights, you kind of have to sit through the whole cutscene and then do all the running into each chamber.
But Dine, there's a save point if you fall down in Ozzy's trap.
That's way after, though. So for here, we just need to go into the room. We don't need to go up to a certain point. We just need to load the room into memory and then leave. We end up meeting Ozzy and the 104 enemies that are in his castle. 6 of them, they throw a giant group at us right at the start. Chrono's just going to Cyclone the bottom 2. Frog's going to do his disco dance. Frog and Chrono will clean up the rest with physical attacks.
Now, out of both Flee and Slash, you're able to do one or the other. It doesn't matter on the order. But we do Flee first, just because Chrono doesn't really need to attack that much during the fights. It's mostly just Frog, so there's really not much change whether you did Slash or Flee first. But we'll talk more about the Flee once we're there.
Fighting these kids, I mean, slimes. They die to a single slash, and they give us an item called the Barrier. Barrier, when you use it on a character, will reduce the magic damage they take by 33%. I really don't know how long the barrier lasts, which for the Megas fight is a big worry for a lot of us. Because there's been a few of us that have had it run out like frames before dark matter happens. And it's kind of like just watching a car crash happen.
Yeah, it seems to reduce the damage against dark matter by what? It's like 100 HP? 100
Yeah.
damage or so? Yeah.
It's a pretty big chunk.
So Dine might be able to explain this a little better on the technical level, but with this flea fight, with how Frog's speed is right now with the Berserker, we're hoping for what's called an AI lock with Flea. Frog will get his turn in, and then Flea will essentially do nothing. So Frog will just keep attacking over and over and over. I think it has something to do with like a speed tie, right, Don?
It's a very interesting matter. So a lot of things that go into it. One of it being Frog is the lowest hit point character and having the Berserker on. So Flea can't find a valid target to attack. So she kind of just sits there and starts laughing. And while this is happening, RNG values are getting pushed forward because of attacks. Berserker just happens to push RNG further than normal attacks. So you can just kind of sit there, and Frog will just keep attacking over and over again, and Flea won't do much of anything. So Corp just going to get a little bit of extra damage in with Robo. You really just want to do this until she gets to the stair counterattacks. And at this point, we're kind of looking for Robo to die. If he does, yay. If not, it still happens. The stair counterattack will happen when 3 people are alive. If one of your characters are dead, she won't counter with it. Corp might be in a...
Well then,
Run it through, Corp. Run it through.
No.
No. Run it through.
there's no way. No way. Yeah.
It's possible, but not likely.
Not
Yeah.
with that attitude.
Sorry, everybody. That hasn't happened to me in maybe once in a run.
Yeah,
so.
it's
The
it
double
seems
stare
that-
happens so quickly, and it normally doesn't proc immediately after a stare, so I had no way to heal up Chrono. If I had played it a little safe, which I should have done, Robo could have been the backup, but there's no way I could have known about how quickly the stare is going to happen. So, oops.
Well, no world record today, guys.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it seems to be like a chance of counter per attack.
Yeah, it's
Monthly?
depending where you are in the RNG windows. For the RNG Maniped categories, it's set up in a way where you avoid Flea having the chance to use Stare. Because the RNG Maniped category, Frog basically just attacks 15 times and the fight's over. Chrono might throw in an attack every now and then, but Flea is the only fight where it really works, just because just the way she's coded with her AI phases.
But that is one fight where it'll go right and it seems so easy 10 times in a row, and then all of a
Yeah.
sudden it takes such a quick turn for the worst.
Flea and Slash are much like the Nisbel fights, where you're just really dependent on Frog, because Frog's twice as strong as Chrono and Robo are. So obviously the more crits you can get, the faster the fight goes, and that's really what dictates the big chunk of it. Obviously, like, the amount you have to heal also plays a part into it, but for the most part, a lot of it is just if you get the right RNG windows for Frog, just to keep hammering for 400 attacks. The Slash fight easily can lose you 20 to 40 seconds, depending if Frog decides to crit or not. But second verse, same as the first. Hopefully Flea is a little more cooperative though.
Yeah, when I do the flea fight, I like to have Robo doing some chip damage. I think it's faster not to do that because Frog just getting more DPS is more important. But so maybe I'll just hang back this time. 'Cause it looks like we're on the same RNG cycle as the last time. And that way I could, in case we need to, heal up. Oh, definitely not the same RNG cycle.
You got a 199 last time, you're on 202 now. So in this game, RNG is very, very simplistic. The values go from 0 to 255, but they're stuck in 16 windows. And depending on the fights, sometimes there's only 8 available windows, sometimes there's 12. So you don't need to be frame perfect, you just need to get your attacks off in a certain window per se. Which makes learning the RNG manip categories a lot easier. But it's still, if you're late on an attack, this game also operates on a 4-frame rule system. So if you end up going into a menu too early, the enemy will get 4 frames of ATB and then another 4 frames when you leave it. Which can ruin some fights, more specifically like I almost said Ultros, the Lavo Shell Gauntlet can throw you a little bit off of RNG. But it's runner to runner dependent. The RNG manip runs are nice because it's all basically execution outside of like the slime fights.
As you can see, Chrono is actually poisoned right now. Corp's been on top of healing it, but it's much nastier in this game than I initially realized. Not only does it do damage takedown, it reduces damage output from that character, as well as stops ATB momentarily to do the damage. So it's very much worth removing poison, especially from Frog and Chrono.
The flea fight and then the slash fight are feels like one of the few fights where outside of Rubbles and Boss Orbs where like physicals actually do have a very real chance of missing. Because you really don't see it for much of the other boss fights.
Yeah, now that you mention, yeah, that's actually very true. I can't think of any other fights where I'll see a miss.
So now that Robo's dead, we don't have to worry about that nasty stare counterattack. Now we're just trying to heal up, stay safe, and we'll let Frog take care of the rest of the fight.
Yeah, a really rough fight. So that's a good demonstration of what happens when you don't get the AI lock at the very start. it becomes chaotic, and there's a good chance that Robo will survive the fight, but he doesn't need to. Anyway.
Robo dying is in the battle script. If he lives and he gets that extra like 10 or 14 TB, it doesn't throw anything off. Thankfully, the tech point route in this game isn't super strict. You do have a little bit of leeway, more so early on than late game.
But yeah, I would say it is better for him to die in that fight and as soon as possible. Due to what Dine mentioned earlier, Flea won't do the stare attack if one of the party members are dead.
So thankfully these Descents don't do a lot of damage, especially if they end up attacking Frog, because he's got the physical reduction. So this fight's just hold X, clear everyone out. And then that philosophy pretty much holds true for all of Slash, specifically his first phase. First phase of Slash is 3,200 hit points. We're basically just going to hold X, and there's a very, very small chance you may need to heal.
You know, I used to wait to heal until after that Skelly fight, and it is such a bad idea.
It sucks when Robo gets hit, like
Yeah,
especially before he kills one of them, and you're just like, well.
Because that throws off his tech point route, and you got to make it up later.
Antipode is also done by just two very good mages, where Ice Water is done by a mage and a physical attacker. So a lot of like the dual techs, you really have to look at where they're coming from, and like who is doing them. So they both, because they're some of the few dual techs where they don't also get any extra damage, so it's just raw stats versus raw stats.
I like to always describe this fight as like a very DBZ fight, where like he's like testing you, you know, in the first phase, and then, you know, after you show your worth, he's like, all right, I'll pull out the real strength, and he takes out his weapon.
All right, let me get my Z-Saber.
Yeah.
First phase over and done with. So second verse, same as the first, we're gonna heal up. And for the first 2,000 damage, Slash 2 is at 5,200 at the moment. So for the first 2,000, we're gonna heal up if we're below 100. And then we're gonna just keep damaging him until he gets to his counterattack phase. Which happens when he has about 592 health left. And then we're just gonna let Frog take care of it from there. Just because, like we hammered home, Frog's our biggest damage dealer.
Not to mention all those extra counterattacks is just death waiting to happen.
Yeah. Especially because after about 2,000 hit points of damage, he gets into like his spin cut phase. And spin cut will do about 130-ish to a character, and it's not ATB, and his counterattacks isn't ATB dependent. So you can very easily get a spin cut into a counter, and it'll just end up nuking a character. The one annoying thing about Slash is he just kind of like wanders around this room. He can also get stuck on like the candles, the chair, and the treasure chests if he happens to just wander that far up, which is always hilarious to see because then you're just watching characters run to the corner of the map over and over again.
Yeah, that's what I typically only attack with Chrono or Robo if he's like close to them. If he's like up in the far corner, I'll just let Frog do his work.
This is another fight that's just completely dependent on how many crits you get. Not
Yeah.
really anything nasty super happens. It's just sitting through attack animations, especially since your ATB gets paused during them, really kind of slows things down. All right, so now we're into the yes indeedy counterattack.
This is pretty much just Scorched Earth, heal, and pray for final crits.
Yeah. Alright, so Slash should be dead next attack. Or Frog might be dead in next attack. Oh, Corp lucky crit.
Nice. Yeah, that was a good fight. Made up for how mean Flea was.
We will be using the Slasher Sword for a good chunk of the run. It does give +2 to speed, and it is quite a bit stronger than the Red Katana. And
We
like
have
we
picked
said,
up. Oh, good.
the speed stat in this game is just king.
I say we're starting to load up Luca with magic. I think that was like the first. No, sorry. Before his onboard was the first like tab load up, but you'll see throughout the whole run we're just constantly like throwing all of our magic tabs at Luca.
How many do we throw on her? Like 10 or 15?
It's a lot.
We will be taking some on some of these unrunnable fights. Our main goal is to have Chrono learn Spin Cut before Magus, which will unlock the dual attack Flame Sword. Flame Sword just is very much needed for the Magus fight, especially if you're not RNG manipulating. So I thought about this fight. I don't know if Slash messes with anything, but I think it might just be faster to do 2 physicals with Chrono.
Well, it is. The only reason that Slash is used there is to choose attacks with the other characters during his animation.
Oh.
So like you're able to kind of like freeze ATB during choosing, and then
All right.
Yeah, I think that's really the only reason for it. If you can do the fight without, I believe you can get actually good ATB to. But wait, is that his default target? I think it actually is.
I think it is. So you could just like hold X, or wait for Luca's turn to come up to queue up Flame Toss.
Yeah. Now we're entering Ozzy Traps. He's got a whole lot of stuff in store for us. Thinks he's very clever.
Through this room. I hate this room. You take damage if you get hit with the guillotines, as well as like a small animation. So these rollies will only hit you, can only hit the party member or the party leader, and that's if they're moving. So if standing perfectly still and letting them roll through you, you don't have to worry about getting an encounter, which makes that first room pretty free. This room just sucks. There's a bunch of hidden pitfalls that Corp just very elegantly ignored. I think there's like five possible drop spots.
I think 6 because, yeah, there's 6, and I always thought that I always thought the exit once you're down below was random, but it is actually very static. So if you have a map of which hole you fall in, you can know exactly which save point to run to immediately after falling down.
Or good old start select and go back to the Millennium Fair.
There's that too. I totally did not fall in the hole during the marathon race.
Okay, I totally didn't go to 1999.
I totally didn't die to the Guardian, so there's that. And Bidu didn't forget to put a Robo in the party during
Yeah, for
Ocean
the
Palace.
Ocean Palace elevator.
Shit, a whole redacted race. Never happened.
Yep.
It was probably one of the closest, most scuffed Chrono races.
I also didn't pick up the Tabin helm. That was yikes.
These juggler enemies start with a very high physical resistance. And if you attack them, they'll either have high physical or high magic. So we're having Luca do Hypno Wave to turn all of their defense to magic, which makes them quite weak to physicals. And then we're just going to X-slash them all separately for a one-shot kill.
I thought this strat was so clever when I first saw it. I never thought about using her that ability to count as magic.
No.
Yeah, Hypno Wave gets a lot of use in this speed run. It's surprisingly very useful, and I think casually, I remember trying to use it everywhere, and it just seemed to never work. But speedrun really takes advantage of the instances where it actually does work.
And the TP route is on track here. That is the fight that you want to see Chrono learning Spin Cut. That in turn allows him and Luca to do Fire Sword, which I think Dine. Did you already mention that?
I briefly touched on it.
Okay. So yeah, we're pretty much learning it right in time for the Magus fight, and that's going to be our most powerful attack against Magus at this point. Well, with the TP route that we've taken.
I'm on 133 Magnus.
Yes.
So for anyone that's run this game for a couple of times, or has anyone watched one of us run this, Magus coming up has what's called an RNG exit. Since we talked about RNG in this game being very, very simplistic, a lot of it is if you do the same thing, you'll always get the same results. So which Magus fight you're going to get is dependent on the damage roll you get on the fourth chain. So a lot of us will intently watch the damage values. And then 133 damage and 132 on the last chain generally give you...
Ooh.
So 133 and 132 have a potential to be a 6-barrier fight. If you get something like 126, you're looking at probably about 9 to 10 barriers. 130 is about a 7-barrier fight. This is something you just kind of... The more you run the game, the more you start recognizing the patterns. And you can kind of exploit it in real time. This isn't what the community defines as RNG manipulation. RNG manipulation is defined as resetting to force good RNG. But if you can kind of just bend the game to your will, it's all allowed, just because the RNG is so simplistic that it's hard not to fall on certain patterns after you've ran this for an extended period of time.
Yeah, and to that effect, like, the more you play the game, the more you recognize patterns, and if you want to keep it pure and truly random, you just can't play the same way every time. So essentially you're forcing yourself to make mistakes on purpose, and that doesn't make sense for a speed run. So
yeah, it's a very good point. And Dine mentioned a 6-barrier Magus with this RNG exit. The reason, I mean, not only is it important for speed of the fight, it also takes into consideration for phase 2. We picked up that barrier item earlier. We're going to use that on Chrono right away. The barrier decreases magic damage against him by quite a bit.
33%.
Yeah, so only having to see 6 Magus barriers allows this barrier to stay on Chrono for a lot longer. So during phase 2, that's when Magus is going to be using Dark Matter. So you know, the least amount of damage you're taking from dark matter, the safer the fight is, and the faster the fight is.
So Magus has 6,666 hit points. For the first about 2,200, he's going to be switching between barriers. Fire barrier is obviously the best. Lightning is second. Shadow and water we can't do anything with. So we'll be attacking with either Luca or Chrono to force a barrier change. And then once Frog's first hit will remove Magus's barrier effect that he gets from a barrier change, which will give us 33% more damage. And then his second hit will also change the barrier. So a lot of these is, if we get a barrier we like, we wait for Frog to hit, and then we go in for the big damage. So this will be Shadow, and then it should be like Fire, Water, Fire, if everything goes all right.
So yeah, if we don't need Frog, we will just leave him dead, because if you revive him when you don't need him, he could potentially change the barrier up and really just mess up the fight for you.
Ooh, I think he fell off script. Yeah, Luca dying there is no bueno. But he's still got a lightning barrier, so he can still deal some kinds of damage.
Yeah, I think this could potentially still go to fire.
We've got about 11. We got about half the damage we need to Magus.
This isn't too bad. This is
No.
Yeah.
I'd rather get a lightning barrier than like water or shadow. Leaving Frog dead also just gives you a good time to kind of like heal everyone up. Because I know I made a mistake in learning this category of just keep reviving Frog, and then you get a barrier change when you have like 30 hit points on everyone, and you're like, well, I guess we'll try again sometime later.
I mean, even Shadow really isn't too bad. I mean, you obviously can't do anything with it, but it's a single target instead of an AoE, so it can potentially just kill Frog and work in your favor. It's just it's just a waste of time, really. But
all right, so the big question now is, will we see the Juicer Fire Sword? So what happens is Magus should be pushed into his second phase after this attack. If we can get another Fire Sword off, because he's weak against fire at this moment, his defense will drop when he enters phase 2. But his elemental weakness is still up until he casts a spell on himself. So this Fire Sword is going to deal about 900 damage. It's about 860-ish. Or 820. And this helps speed up the fight quite a bit. So now that Magus is in phase 2, he's got a very, very simplistic AI script. He's going to cast Barrier on himself. Second turn is going to risk casting a spell. Third spell is going to be Dark Matter, and he's just going to repeat this until you kill him. Now with that Juicer Fire Sword, if he's got a barrier like Lightning, and you try to go for the Fire Sword, you'll actually push him back into phase 1. I've made that mistake a couple of times in a run, just not paying attention.
actually,
So
it took me about 5 runs to learn that.
there was so many times where it was just like, I'm on a good pace, and it's kind of like, nope, back to the barriers we go. But it's another just nice bonus of ending on a fire barrier before you do the damage push to the next AI phase.
And then, like always, we're really wanting to see a lot of Frog crits, because he is passively doing a lot of damage. You're mostly paying attention to the Fire Sword, but Frog is doing... He's covering a lot of ground with his crits. And that's why you want to revive him first, after Dark Matter, so that way he can just get started.
Very nice fight still.
Yeah, very, very good fight. It's really the first fight in the run that actually requires you to think a lot.
Yeah. It's because every fight up to this is pretty scripted. Within like a certain extent, like everyone seems to have their role. This fight is very much like a war of attrition. It's just you're taking the damage while you get the barrier changes, and then after you get them to phase 2, you're more of just wanting to keep Chrono healthy, and then just follow a good cycle. A lot of us have lost runs by trying to push the final phase and end up being a little bit damage short. Instead of like healing, you try to go for the fire sword. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. So at this point, story-wise, Magus has tried to he's partially summoned Lavos, which causes a temporal distortion, basically a time portal. Magus is sent to an unknown timeline. We get sent back to 65 million BC for whatever reason.
And I think in the original timeline, if Chrono and friends didn't mess with anything, Magus, I believe, dies here.
Yeah, Magus dies trying to summon Lavos.
Yeah.
So here we see a possible future with Chrono and Marley.
Marley. Yeah, so for all quests for glitchless, 100% glitchless category, for being about a 6-hour run, there are some good spots for a restroom break. That's where I went. I don't know if you guys mentioned that, but
Nope.
No. Okay. Well, it's a very kind run for that point of view. So although it's long and not everybody has time to do a 5-6 hour run, at least it's kind on your body, so to speak. There's plenty of also chances to stand up and take a stretch break.
Yeah, and after Magus, that's an 80-second break. That's like an eternity during a speed run.
Yep.
You can go get yourself some coffee. Run to the store.
So here we find out the pacifist village, the Ioka village, has been torched by the Reptites. Or Laruba, sorry. It has been torched by the Reptites, and they've taken Kino and a couple of the village members. So Isla comes to talk to the elder. She's like, hey man, Kira Toriyama did the artwork. We need pterodactyls in this game somehow. And he's like, I got you. So we're going to go to the top of the mountain to get ourselves some pterodactyls to go to the Tyranno lair. And of course, being good friends, we're just going to follow along.
And Corp's coming up on 2 pretty tight encounter skips. The first 2 enemies that he's going to run into are not skippable, but the next 2, you'll see him pause briefly before running up. I believe they're only like, what, 2 pixels or so?
Yeah, 2 pixels. 2 pixel perfect skips. About 2 to 3 pixels, depending on the skip.
Yeah, they do take quite a lot of time to do quickly, or to practice to do quickly.
Thankfully, the second one's got a pretty good visual cue, depending on your setup.
Yeah, very much so.
The first one is more of just because you're so far away from like a good visual cue. A lot of it is what I find is just feel.
Yeah, you really do need to get better at, or good at, kind of eyeing how many pixels you're moving when trying to like tap left or right. But for this instance,
oh god, look at that! Holy cripes!
Okay, well Corp has his own method for this.
Corp just like an absolute unit, just YOLOs it and gets it.
So normal, when you're learning that skip, normally you're doing it's called a pause buffer.
Yeah, pause buffering, lining yourself up against a mountain. Or Corp's like, I got this.
Yeah, because normally when you tap left or right, Chrono can move anywhere between 1 to 2 pixels, maybe even more if you tap too hard on the button. But if you tap left or right and pause roughly around the same time, you can pause mid-walk and guarantee a single pixel movement.
For that first skip, you mainly just walk up against the mountain, walk down, do 2 pixels, and then walk up. Is a good visual cue for everyone. And then the second skip, I like using the bright pixel on Chrono's foot to line up with, there's a single pixel of dark mud in the light mud. And I find lining those up and holding up has worked very well for me.
There's actually quite a few encounter skips within Dactyl Nest and Tyranno Lair.
Yeah.
So this is quite a lot of movement tech that you got to learn pretty quickly.
Tyranno Lair is one of those few places that feel really good when you do it correctly, which is rare because you generally don't feel very good playing this game. So it's a nice change of pace.
And honestly, that's one of the main reasons this run is so great, just because the movement does feel really, really good in general.
It feels rewarding.
Yeah.
Because some of the encounter skips, it's very easy to like space out for a second, or if you go diagonal a couple of tiles too early or too late, you can find yourself in a world of hurt. A lot of the encounter skips are pretty free. This area has a couple of tight ones, just because of very weird encounter boxes, being like outside of doorways or a couple of pixels off of a doorway.
Yeah, there's one encounter skip like right before Black Tyranno that I would say you pretty much have to get, especially if you don't save.
Yeah,
because
it's unrunnable.
Yeah, I think it's what, 3? Is it 3 encounters?
2.
2?
A single Megazord and a Pterodactyl, and then a double Megazord, I believe.
Yeah, because not only is that incredibly slow, but that can mess up tech a little bit.
It also messes up Chrono's magic for the Black Tyranno fight. Because you end up being short MP.
Yeah, it's all around not good. You'll see, I think most runners still save before that skip just in case.
Yep.
Because it's just that's a pretty much a run killer, especially on like faster paces.
Which is weird. You have, I believe it's a 4 pixel window for that encounter skip. So it's pretty lenient. It's just sometimes you end up just trying to force it when you shouldn't. Especially after like 1 or 2 failed attempts of trying to line it up. Yeah, all the movement you're seeing Corp do is to avoid encounters along the way. It might not be optimal pathing, but it is once she considers skipping all the encounters. And here we reach. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, have they mentioned the red sun in the sky yet?
Not yet.
Or the red sun? Okay.
So this is the good old Volcano Grind. We'll be fighting this 7 times. Our main goal for this is Ayla to learn Cat Attack, which will learn the dual attack Volt Bite. This does give us 1 or 2 extra levels, which does help with survivability and damage. A lot of the abilities in the game also use your level as a damage multiplier. So it's a little bit of extra damage, survivability, and trying to do the next boss coming up in Nisbel 2 without Volt Bite is very, very painful.
I mean, without Volt Bite, you'd only have Lightning, which is really not doing much damage compared to Volt Bite.
Chrono is not much of a mage.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, even with Volt Bite, Nisbel 2 is still kind of a pain, even a nightmare. So
yeah, that fight can spiral out of control so quickly.
a lot of the boss fights in Chrono Trigger are like puzzles. You figure them out eventually after trial and error, and then they feel pretty good. I think the only fight I really didn't like was Son of Sun. once I figured out that puzzle, because I thought that was kind of annoying. But like Magus, for example, when I first did that fight, I had no indication of what the magic barriers were supposed to be. But once it hit home, it was a really rewarding fight. I felt I earned that victory. That's one reason why this game is, classic and held in very high esteem. It's held up over the years.
I think it took me like 2.5 hours to get my first Magus kill when I was making save states. Just trying to like understand how the fight flowed. And then also understanding like when you could be greedy with that second phase before the second dark matter, or and then Nizbel 2 was the second boss that really threw me for a loop.
I would rather not remember my first Magus or Son of Sun fight. Thank you very much. This is pretty much like the only real grind that we do in the whole run. I mean, there is one like slight one like much later, but this is the only one that actually feels like a grind, in my opinion. Which is one of the best parts about this run. It just flows so well to each boss.
Yeah. There's not a lot of like cutscenes either to bog you down. Like this run definitely has a lot more gameplay to cutscene ratio than a lot of longer SNES RPGs. Funny enough is the game's also, this run also feels pretty consistent once you get a good handle on it. Like if you're gonna get like wild time swings, it's usually because you messed up an encounter skip or just having a boss decided to do something wonky or you're late doing an attack. But I found like especially like a lot of the side questy stuff feels very consistent for time. So Nizbel's got a mechanic, when he gets hit with lightning, his defense decreases. So pairing that with Volt Bite just gives us a pretty big damage increase. Volt Bite only uses Endless stats, so Chrono is only adding an element basically to this, and that's it. Everything is done from Ayla's point of view.
And like we were saying earlier, like this fight is pretty much to script until the last stage, because then it comes down to who he attacks. Because we do need specific HP values to survive the final lightning.
So Nizbel 2 has 6,500 hit points, and we've dealt 3,000 in that one phase, just because of the weakness and the defense lowering and everything else. So as Hobbs mentions, Luca is basically just going to be mid-tonicking people. We're really hoping that Chrono gets hit with the single attack that's coming up. Because if Ayla or Luca get hit, then we're going to have to spend a turn healing. Which can also spiral, because then he can also do an AoE attack. Never lucky.
Yeah, and this is this is where it can definitely start spiraling. Because especially if you start fumbling with inputs, the damage will just keep coming, and then the next thing you know, 40 seconds have passed.
Yeah.
But this is one of those fights, though, that when it goes well, it feels very good.
And then we're doing a fire sword to finish it off, and then we're just setting Ayla on cat attack for the next boss coming up.
Oops, I don't think she got ATB. Or did she?
I think she did.
Oh, okay.
save point there. I usually just get out of dodge. So here we're giving Chrono a little bit of strength and fire resistance with the Ruby Vest, or Ruby Mail. Ruby Vest. Moving the battle speed off of 2. This is... I hate this fight. I'll take Magus over this fight. Nice. Corp got the encounter skip we were talking about with the unrunnable Megazords.
Yeah, this fight is really just boring. I mean, he has way too much HP for. He's got what 10,500 HP.
Yeah.
And so you're just kind of chipping away at it. I wouldn't say it's very difficult just to do the fight normally, but to do it optimally, it is a little tricky. But you're really not going to be saving much time.
Yeah, agreed. This fight is one of the worst. From the runner point of view, I mean, there's stuff to keep track of, ATB and all that, but even then, it's easy to get to zone out. So, from the audience point of view, I can't imagine just watching this. But thanks, everybody.
So we're gonna put Azala to sleep because she's tired. And then we're just going to wait for Black Tyranno to lower his defense. He does this after 6 attacks. This is where like the fight really drags, just because you're just staring at each other blinking.
And it will seem scary, but we do not heal in this fight. We only revive, and that's because, well, in the first phase it's not a big deal because we haven't done any damage yet. But later on we need to minimize how much HP he's getting back. So every time he eats somebody, he absorbs all that HP. So by not healing, the max that he can get is 50 HP just from the revive. That's pretty important because it is a rather tight fight damage-wise.
Alright, now that he's lowered his defense, Corp's gonna let Ayla get a little bit of ATB to prevent a speed tie. So you're gonna be getting 6 cat attacks and 5 fire swords off. His defense is gonna raise, and then it's a rinse and repeat. That's this fight in a nutshell. During phase 1 and phase 2, his defense doesn't go nearly as high as what it is originally. So Luca and Ayla will do 3 flame kicks to give extra damage because we want Chrono to leave this fight with 4 magic because he needs 2 coming up for a very quick, speedy death in the next boss fight.
I guess while we have some downtime, we could kind of briefly mention how the reptites are tied in with the lore, especially with Chrono Cross, which we'll see that later, but I think in the DS version there's a whole side quest that involves like an alternate future where you help out the reptites, and they're grateful for your assistance, and they actually like erect some statues in your honor. So
That is amazing.
Yeah, I actually didn't know that.
No, I didn't know that either.
But the reptites are much more advanced than the humans at this time, so theoretically they could easily take over unless something, stops them. But I think Azala, or do they prophesize the coming of something?
Zala sees the red sky in the red star in the sky and prophesies Lavos is coming, or like him crashing into the earth. So he doesn't know what it is, but it's supposed to be the one big thing the reptites are leaning on to win their war against the humans.
It's a pretty incredible feat how they got Black Chrono here in the first place.
I know. I think it's more of a feat that Azala's sleeping through all this. But yeah, we want to end this fight in low hit points, just for the next battle coming up. So it does look kind of scary. You can heal up if you get a little worried. It'll just make the next fight coming up a little bit slower, but it's still not, like I said, the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, so the goal here by the end of the fight, like Dine mentioned, is low HP, but also to keep at least enough MP on Chrono for 1 slash. So 2.
Yeah, one other goal is, it's not something you can really control, but it's Chrono's HP. You want it to be under 150 for an upcoming fight. And so there was a point of time where he was over 150, and then because this fight has HP drain, he's like slowly draining 1 point at a time, so it ended up not mattering. But luckily we got that little fireball attack to hit Chrono. He does, like, in this case, he liked to aim for Luca and Ayla, and I had to heal them up a couple more times than average. But that's the fight.
Good night, puppers.
GG. Also, to answer the question in chat from a bit ago, I don't think there actually is technically a metal... Oh, no, the Rubbles are technically the metal slimes. Never mind.
Rubbles or boss orbs, maybe Lavos spawns.
Yeah, something like that.
So here, Azala admits defeat from the humans, but he still puts his faith in Lavos being the Reptites' one way to eradicate the humans, mainly during the Ice Age. When Lavos impacts the Earth shortly after the Ice Phase happens, which you see presumably a lot in 12,000 BC, the Antiquity timeline. So Ayla's the one that actually gives Lavos its name. La being fire, and then Vos being big, so big fire. And then he ends up crashing into Earth and starts absorbing the energy. And if you wanted to include the Chrono Cross branch of it, this is where a piece of Lavos that's known as the Frozen Flame separates, and then lays on Earth until that timeline comes into effect.
You know, that also goes into the Ayla fire theory because of laws in her name.
Yeah. Actually, are any of her attacks fire-based?
I don't think
Nope.
so. No,
No,
yeah.
they're all non-elemental.
Yeah, I would assume they, if that was the case, they definitely changed it after they adjusted the lore.
So Lavos crashes. I don't know where the game puts us, but we're not on the Dactyls anymore because we're hopping around. And Lavos ends up creating a portal. Lavos or the entity, something like that is still up in the air. That brings us to Antiquity, which is 12,000 BC. And this world's quite a bit different than everything else. The Reptites no longer exist. There are people called the Homebound, and I forget what the Zealites call themselves. But in Zeal, they ended up finding a material called the Sunstone, which gave human access to magic. So everyone that lives on the cold, barren part are non-magic users, and everyone that lives in the floating island are magic users. It's a very, very advanced civilization. The Kingdom of Zeal is raised to show the power. They started building machines like the Mammon Machine out of the Dreamstone, with the 4 gurus, Melchior, Balthazar, Gaspar, and I forget the 4th one.
Uh,
Or maybe there's only 3 and I just decided to say 4 for no reason.
yeah, just the 3, just the 3. So yeah, so I believe it's Balthazar is responsible for creating the Epoch and the Mammon Machine, and I know Gaspar is responsible. His like life creation is the Chrono Trigger, and Melchior is known for oh boy,
Swallow, Guardian Hat, and Masamune. And Ocean Palace and Blackbird.
but we mentioned detours for speed tabs, and this is one of them. It's a very short detour, but it's always worth it to grab them. I believe the Sunstone also is the reason that Zeal floats.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It was Zeal's primary power source until the Mammon Machine was created, and then that kind of took over for it.
And then we'll see what happens with that.
I have no worries. Everything's gonna work out fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think part of the lore had Dalton. He was assigned to oversee, I think it was the Mammon Machine.
Ocean Palace.
Oh, and the Ocean Palace, that's right. And then his position was usurped by someone who is called the Prophet. And we're about to go meet the Prophet now. Spoilers, it may be somebody who we know. But
Is it Balthazar?
maybe.
Is it Specchio? I need to know, Corp.
It's definitely not a new. We'll just say that. But the color blue, they have in common with new, so that might be a good hint.
You're saying it's a new.
I'm saying it might be a new. The news are mysterious. They mysteriously appeared 65 million years ago, and here they are.
Yeah, it does say it's just news magically mysteriously existed.
Yeah, they've existed since the beginning of time. No one knows why.
Maybe collectively they are the entity.
Oh god, we're doomed. They're just gonna start headbutting everything.
So wait, did we see Masa and Mune already in the main chamber?
No.
They're not here. Okay.
They're there.
Yeah, there they are. Okay. So you so you can already tell that they have some type of connection to Zeal. From what I found, they're considered dream beings. So if somebody else has some better information here to cover this, feel free to speak up. But they are essentially not directly created by Lavos, but because of Lavos, they exist. And Queen Zeal actually bound them to the real world outside of dreams, using a dreamstone. So that shows just the importance of dreamstones as well as them.
The Dreamstone is just a very powerful device, especially for channeling the power of Lavos.
Mutated blueberry people. Yes, exactly. But the Dreamstone is hyperconductive to magic. And since the Dreamstone is in the Masamune, that explains why you're able to break Magus's barrier during the fight.
So at this point, the Prophet has already told Queen Zeal to get rid of the 3 gurus. He's prophesied that Chrono and the gang is going to show up and disrupt her plans. So this kind of plays into it. Melchior gets locked up on Mount Woe. But for some unknown reason, they're still preserved in this timeline. Thoughts are just they have the time traveler's immunity, meaning like the world didn't want them didn't want the timeline to change without them being there. This is where like the part of the game kind of like falls apart. At least I feel like lore-wise. Because a lot of people end up getting moved around, but like the events still happen as if they're there.
Yeah, it kind of plays into like the concept, the more you mess with time, the more it messes with you. So up to this point, we've kind of been going back and forth and changing little things here and there. But the biggest thing was Magus emerging in this period before us, so he could influence everything in this point. And so, as you say, Dine, like, it starts to fall apart, literally. Both, you know, it's hard to keep track of the lore. Hard to keep track of the lore, but also, you know, we keep abusing time travel to fix our problems, and we just barely managed to make it out in the end.
Well, so Magus got sent back to 12,000 after the fight, though. So it is possible that he definitely changed things up from that timeline, especially being a prophet and trusted, counterpart to Zeal.
So we got kicked out of the home. We don't get an allowance anymore. Mom's angry with us. So we're just gonna find a way to go back home. And casually, it expects you to go through I think it's the Keeper's Dome. And you'll find one of the Zeal doors that you can't open because you don't have the pendant. Powering up the Gardena pendant just really opens up the world. You can go back around and collect a lot of good equipment very, very early, which is what we're doing now. We're going to go back to Medina Village, and we're going to get we have an option between a weapon and a helmet. The helmet is very good defensively, and it gives you the protect status, which will cut down physical damage even more, but we're going to take the Swallow Sword. Swallow Sword's insanely strong for this part of the game. It also gives Chrono +3 to speed. So with Chrono with the Swallow and a bandana, he'll have maxed out speed, which will pretty much guarantee he'll get his turn first in battle, like right away. So this whole detour is about 1:46. But it's very well worth it for the rest of the run, because even with this sword, we're still just going to barely kill a bunch of enemies, especially in Ocean Palace. So this is the pyramid you see off to the right-hand side in Antiquity. Balthazar created these weapons kind of as like Zeal's safeguard if they ever needed them. And then it disappeared after the fall of Zeal, and it reappears in 1000 AD. So now we're gonna continue back to go to 2300. See the good old Sir Crawley.
This is a section that you casually you would normally do right before the Johnny bike race, because it is open to you then. There's a bunch of items you can get in the sewers that are pretty nice, but ultimately it only leads to just getting some lore and seeing Balthazar. But unfortunately, since we didn't do it then, we won't see Balthazar here.
Rage Band, gave me a hard carry casually.
Yes, the Rage Band is a very good item. Very unfortunate that we don't get to use it in the speedrun.
So we could race Johnny back. It is faster, surprisingly, with taking 2 encounters and running. It's about 16 seconds faster. No, which is the reason why we're just not doing the bike race for the second time. So our main goal now in the story is basically just get back to 12,000 BC.
So I think I was gonna say I think Shala, when we first met her, she was telling us to go to the Mount Woe, but that's where the prophet kind of stopped everything. And I believe he was going to continue to push for imprisonment on Chrono and gang, but Shala compromised with him.
Shala's a very important plan in Queen Zeals, because Shala's the one that activates the Mammon Machine and controls it. So even though Shala's Queen Zeal's daughter, she still wants to kind of play nice to basically work towards her end goal. This room is just one giant debate on top of another. If you interact with any of these, an encounter spawns. By the way, that cheese is fake. Even the save point will spawn an encounter. This is a very, very trolly room, casually.
I saw that corp. By running diagonal out of that door, yeah, you skip a pretty lengthy cutscene with the frogs. So, unfortunately, we don't get the rest of their dialogue.
Get fricked, frogs.
Yeah, very important dialogue that we skipped.
This boss casually has attacks that'll bring you down to 1 hit point. But just because we're coming here much later in the game, we just nuke them with a flame kick. We don't have to worry about it. So here we learn that there is a machine that has been created to teleport through time by Balthazar. It's the Epoch. And here we just get a little bit of a lore dump on how Lavos has been summoned and how he's been affecting the Earth and what he's been doing with it. So Balthazar was trying to find a way how to kill Lavos, and the only thing he came back to is just try to kill it before it became into power.
Yeah, and I believe Balthazar is presumably dead at this point.
I think he transferred his consciousness into one of the news.
I believe that's true. Yeah, I think it was this one.
Yeah, when you first encounter Balthazar, assuming you came here at the very start of the game, he's essentially a rambling old man who's probably insane because he doesn't really recognize your presence. And that's just showing how difficult the toll is on this living in this future. So of the three wise men, he probably got the worst end of the deal, being stuck in this very bleak future. But that's debatable. Whether being stuck at the end of time is worse, I don't know.
I don't know, Gaspar seems to be doing pretty good for himself.
Yeah, he got a nice suit and hat and cane. I think he's got company with Specchio. I think he's doing fine.
So here we're coming up to everyone's favorite boss fight in the run. Good old Mud Imp.
The most important boss in the whole game, actually.
Yep. So Mud Imp is joined by 2 beasts, and while both beasts are active, Mud Imp has very, very high defenses to both physical and magical. So even though he's got 1,200 hit points, we're gonna be chipping away at them, doing like 70 and 140. But yeah, these beast fights leading up to it are pretty much free. Just a fire sword and then a rolo kick, and you move on. There's another fight coming up before Mud Imp. It's same formula.
I don't really think there's much lore involved with Mud Imp other than just beasts blocking the way,
Yeah.
according to the people in the caves.
It seems weird because there's no other like imp-like enemies. It makes sense with the beasts in the cave, but so our first goal in this fight is to try to put the blue beast to sleep. The red beast, the mud imp, will keep waking up, but the blue one will just stay asleep for the rest of the fight. It also stops them doing the triple tech, which is like X strike. You're really at no risk of dying in this fight. It can just take 30 or 40 seconds longer than it should. Mud Imp's heals everyone for about 150, which is basically a flame kick. So you can find yourself just kind of in a back and forth, especially if you have to use Chrono's turns quite a bit for healing. Mud Imp himself just doesn't hit for a lot of damage, but the beasts will hit for a large chunk of damage. Mud Imp also has a chance to use an explodey stone attack, which has a chance to put someone to sleep. And if two of your party members are asleep, if you don't end up using heal or Ayla's Kiss to wake them up, they'll just get stuck in a healing loop until you wake one of them up.
It's just a very annoying fight from beginning to end. I feel like you take it feels like a very easy fight, so you get a little more risky with it, and then it instantly becomes like more dangerous.
Yeah, skipping one or two heals definitely will spiral out of control.
Yeah.
But you can see Chrono with his max speed stat, just how fast he ends up getting his turns. And compared to, like, especially Ayla, who's already a pretty speedy character as well. Mud Imp should be close to going down.
Yeah, I think this is a heal-less Mud Imp, which is very rare.
Nice.
Very nice. Yeah.
And now we're going to throw Berserkers on Chrono and Ayla. Gonna give Ayla a power tap just to make the next fight coming up a little easier potentially. Rubbles lock you out of all your techs in the start of the fight, but they are worth 100 tech points, and we do need to kill one for the tech route. They also just have a stupidly high evasion rate. It also doesn't help that we have a very low hit rate because our level is just so low.
Yeah, I believe Ayla actually has the highest hit rate here at this point.
because Ayla is going to learn Rock Throw off of this, Ayla actually gets 200 tech points for this fight. 100 towards Rock Throw, and then another 100 towards Charm. I think is after that.
Yeah, that's correct. And then Luca also learned Protect. So it's pretty important for both of them. And Mountain of Woe, there's a lot of screens here. This does take a bit of time to learn and to maneuver through. Only a couple encounter skips, nothing too crazy.
Here we're also setting up accessories on Robo and Frog for much later in the game. It just works out nicely to do it there because we're freeing up the Berserker for Frog for later on in the game. And we're also just setting up Robo. Plus their accessories we're really not going to be using again. So we learned Falcon Hit. Falcon Hit is just a very broken dual tech. It's a very fast animation. It doesn't use any of Ayla's stats, it uses purely Chronos. It hits about a third of the screen, especially for 4 MP from both of them. It's very good dual tech, and I don't know many people who haven't used it casually. There we just picked up a barrier for a boss fight coming up for one of the side quests. We will be grabbing the time hat to sell for money, and then a magic tab to beef up Luca. If you end up not killing that first rubble, there are other rubbles you can fight along the way. On the second screen, there's one to the southwest that will keep respawning if you want to just farm that for TP over and over again. That's the safest bet to take for a backup.
Yeah, I was really fortunate to be able to knock out the rubble in one round. It doesn't always happen, and it's always a shame during a run when it ends up running away. But there are, as Dai mentioned, there are a lot of backups littered throughout the Mount Woe, but sometimes they just keep running. And I don't think I've seen an instance where you never get the tech points and the experience points from the rubble fight because they constantly run. But I guess it could happen theoretically.
I think B-Dude's worst is like a 4 rubble mountain, which sucks because each rubble fight's about 40 seconds. So here we meet the happiest boss out of all of them, Giga Gaia. He's just super stoked to be here. He always opens up with a shadow and then a fire-based attack, which looks like we're close to dying, but this is realistically, if the fight goes as planned, you're not going to see anything else. So we're just Falcon hit spamming to the end of time. We're going to use 2 Falcon hits for the arms, and then we're just going to keep going after the head. Luca's just going to kind of stand there and look menacing. Like I said, Falcon hit's just our best form of damage at this point. We will be using pretty much all our magic on this fight, which is why the shelter before it was very much needed. After about 4 Falcon hits, the arms will reappear. They'll die to a single Falcon hit, and then we'll just go back to attacking the head.
Lore-wise, besides, I guess, guarding, Melchior in the top here, I don't really think he has much lore to him.
I think he's just here to stop people from from freeing Melchior.
Yeah, I don't think there's really much else to him. I don't casually. I actually did have trouble with this guy when I was a kid.
Yeah,
because like I don't think I had Talking Head or I wasn't aware of it.
I think I always used Chrono, Frog, and Robo because they got the earliest triple tech. And that's Giggity Gaia.
Yeah, at the very end of the fight, he's geared up to revive his hands again. If you're not quick on your menuing, he'll bring the hands back, but by that point in the fight, all you have to do is hit the head one more time, and you should be fine. Yeah. I don't want to think about a scenario where you have to hit him 2 more times, but I guess you could do it. Anyway, we rescued Melchior and sealed in magical crystal or ice.
The Aussie cube.
Yeah, it is Aussie if you look close enough. It's the same thing. Same asset has been used.
And this is specifically the Chrono timeline Melchior, not the same Melchior. That's in 1080.
So for some reason, freeing Melchior, the mountain gets off its chain. It goes for a walk and it just plummets. And then Shala will end up paying us a visit. She's trying to escape the Mammon machine because without her, it just won't work. And then Dalton comes back and ends up just dragging her back via the Force. This is where we also learn that the Mammon machine has been moved to Ocean Palace. So the only difference between the Enlightened ones, so like Shala and Janice, and everyone that lives above to the home people below, is just the Enlightened ones have been blessed by the Sunstone to learn magic, and the homebound people haven't. So this is the point in the Zeal timeline where they start getting away from using the Sunstone because it's starting to run out of power, and they start relying more on the Mammon machine with the power of Lavos. And then during this cutscene, Shala is going to get kidnapped and brought back under the Queen's orders, and then Melchior is going to give us a ruby knife, which was made out of the Dream Stone, same as the Mammon machine, and it's his way of trying to destroy it.
That's the reason he's banished in the first place, right? Because he sees the evil from the name.
Yeah, he tries to stop it. And they end up banishing him just because he's been so instrumental in a lot of their creations. I just would have killed him. Saved a lot of headaches.
It's a nice ladder movement.
So if you try to go up to Zeal before fighting Munin, all these teleporters are turned off. So I'm guessing they reactivated when Dalton decided to bring Shala back, but he forgot to turn them back off.
Yeah, I think Shala's a little busy. And the Epoch right now is kind of like a rock sunk in water. It can't really do much besides just kind of like phase through times, but sits on the ground.
Okay, we get some good music out of it. Yeah, we're just working our way back to the top of Zeal Palace to confront Dalton. Along the way, we will be starting a side quest. So once again, Balthazar at great work created a magical seed for trying to create a forest. So we're gonna step on one of their fancy healing pads to get ourselves back up to full hit points. And talking to this girl starts the Fiona side quest, the 600 AD trying to rebuild the forest. If you miss it here, or if you close the text box too early, she will be in the commons, so it's not like you're completely locked out of the side quest. You can come back and restart it if you need to.
Yeah, besides like just optional dialogue, I don't think you can lock yourself out of like any actual content.
No, everything is pretty much always available to you, which is really nice. So here we're doing Falcon Hit, one with Chrono and one with Ayla. This is just to separate the Iron Orb damage. Iron Orb, even though it's a dual tech, will always counterattack against the person that initiated the tech. So doing them both on Chrono would mean, after this third one, that he's going to die to Dalton's burp attack, which is just a death move that happens. And Chrono's always like stupidly close to just dying anyways.
Yeah, Chrono dying here really wouldn't be a big deal. You just need to be a little bit careful about MP for the next section. Because he is, I think, one level... He would be one level lower than normal.
Yeah.
You would still... He would still learn Lightning 2 before the next boss, but... It is crucial to have the appropriate amount of MP for the elevator fights. So now they're activating the Mammon Machine, and now that it's in the Ocean Palace, it's a very dangerous position to start showing this type of power because of a certain other thing that is also nearby.
Ocean Palace by far is probably my favorite dungeon. It's got good music, really nice movement. That treasure chest sucks. So here we're just activating the switches to progress down to the lower levels. Now we will be taking quite a few encounters in this area. A lot of it is for tech points.
Yeah, I think we learn Charm pretty soon with Ayla, and that's really the last tech that we need from her. But really, we're really starting to grind TP for Luca and Robo.
That looked like a bad spread for those Thrashers. I've never seen that one go so high north.
It's worked out nice though, somehow.
Yeah.
This next one is the questionable one. I've seen Corp pull this one off more than anyone else.
You can wait for the two guys in the south to go up. I do 2 Falcon hits in this fight. I've been burned way too many times, like trying to wait for these guys to move around. This does mean you're down 1 Falcon hit for the elevator, but I'll take the risk. I've lost 20, 30 seconds sometimes on this fight.
Yeah, you really don't want them to start pulling off some of their attacks. It's just a massive waste of time.
These guys also hit pretty hard, mainly because we don't have the best defensive gear. We're very lacking in that point, and we're very underleveled. We're taking a couple of physical hits. I think they hit for about 80 each.
And then their dual techs hit for a lot more.
Yeah. So here we just get a glimpse on how far the Queen Zeal's ready to go, or willing to go for power. That she's willing to sacrifice her own daughter to see the end goal through. We will be taking this encounter twice for Luca to learn Fire 2 before we actually end up using the elevator. So these scouts and blue scouts have about 300 hit points. So even with the power of the swallow, we're still barely killing them. Which if we still had the slasher, I don't think we'd be able to.
And it's very crucial to kill those mages first. They have a similar tech lockout ability, like the rebels. So if they lock you out of, if they lock Chrono or Ayla, then you got to do a heal, and it just can cause a lot of problems with other enemies attacking and whatnot.
So here we're swapping out Luca for Robo. This because we need Robo and Ayla to learn the dual tech Buki. Buki has the chance to put the enemy in the stop status. The stop status, as the name implies, just stops ATB from being generated. It also adds a nice bonus of lowering the enemy's defense by 25%. We're only going to use it once. But the fight coming up with the Golem Twins is just an RNG fight that is never good. They just they hit like trucks, and this is where you really start to feel the level and equipment hindrance. So the encounters here are always the same. It's always 3 encounters. The next encounter will be 6 of the little scout type enemies. Funny enough, you can't farm this elevator. So if you try to use it again, it takes you back to the beginning of the Ocean Palace. I learned that recently in the community race we had.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah. This would be a nice little grind spot.
Yeah, it would, but unfortunately we're still stuck with Chrono, so it'd be like a lot of wasted TP.
Chrono is probably like the worst main character ever. Gets no story development, is just along for the ride, and I couldn't wait for him to get out of my party.
He makes a really good meat shield against Lavos.
Yep.
Okay?
The only thing he's good for is triple techs. Like, that's the only redeeming quality he has. So this scout skip is quite interesting. So what you want to do is you want to run against the corner, the close corner, to kind of like slip behind them, and then kind of just walk out and to the right. You can do it while running, but it makes it infinitely more tricky. If you end up hitting the scouts from the backside, you're stuck as they have the separation animation, and then you just run from the fight. I'd say that's one of the more trickier encounter skips to figure out, but once you figure it out, it's fairly consistent.
Yeah, like Dine said, this upcoming fight is very RNG heavy. I still save before this fight sometimes, just because I've seen Boogie fail, what, 7 times?
In the Chrono Series relay, Caroline lost like 9 minutes to this fight
Right.
because
Yeah.
Boogie just wouldn't land. And that's the PC version too. Like, she was having such a good run, and then the game just wasn't having any of it. So we're going to start by using Chrono's Lightning 2. What this does is this changes the enemy's AI script. So instead of summoning a bunch of fireballs to hit you for about 500 damage, this will turn them into the lightning phase very temporarily. Boogie will knock them out of it. If you're lucky, you can kind of get them in this cycle over and over again, where if Boogie misses, you can have Chrono just keep spamming Lightning 2 over and over again. But the fight definitely, if they end up targeting Robo or Ayla, can get out of hand very quickly.
And Robo's the only one that actually needs to survive this fight. So luckily they did their first Iron Orbs on Chrono and Ayla. So if Robo had gotten attacked, Corp would have had to heal him. But luckily he can just spam the Falcon hits and call it a day.
Well, I never said he was a bad protagonist. I just said he was a crappy main character.
And to be fair, Ayla's the one who makes Falcon hit great. I mean, have you seen her cheering? It's the best, in my opinion, of course.
I mean, she literally throws him.
Yeah.
He throws him up. I still want to know how he goes sideways.
Because Ayla's just that good.
I mean, he's Goku, so.
Yep, true. I'm sorry. I doubted it.
Right.
We got some angry fans in the chat.
Oh no.
Give me your salty tears from my ice cream.
My favorite character, combat-wise, is Ayla. I like her a lot. If we're going by like pure story and like drama, it's hard to choose between Frog and Robo. Like, Frog is more interesting at the start, but then Robo becomes, I think, like, a lot more interesting later, and he kind of, like, finds his way into your heart by the end of the playthrough, but, you know, to each their own.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the Robo.
Yeah.
I would probably put Luca as my favorite overall, but Robo is definitely a close second.
There's a lot of the characters don't get a lot of, like, story development. Like with Luca, it's kind of like she's the intelligent girl that makes robotic stuff, and then her mom's like gets crushed. Marley's the princess that wants to be a rebel. Like, they don't get a lot of good story development until like their side quest part, where it's like Robo. I don't know. Robo's just got that magic about him.
And that probably also is just because the game is so short in general.
Yeah. Well, Corp, it was a good run.
I try my best,
Maybe,
you know.
maybe next time.
I mean, it's Lavos, what do you expect? It's the Devourer of Time? No, not
You
yet.
were supposed to Falcon hit.
Yeah.
It's supposed to
Where is the
Falcon hit.
Falcon hit?
So this Lavos, this Lavos is not the same Lavos we'll fight at the end of the game. This one has double the stats, which is why it just hits like a truck, and probably why so many casual players were so afraid to fight the Lavos Gauntlet at the end of like Black Omen. Because you're like, man, if he's hitting me for like 1200 damage, how am I going to live through that? Because your max hit points is 999. It just turns out they beefed up his stats. If you were to beat Lavos here, you would get the developer ending. It's the ending you would get with Chrono and Marl at the very beginning of the game. But also, trying to go through like 20,000 hit points on a new game file with that kind of damage is very rough. So for storyline at this point, we venture to Ocean Palace, and we end up plunging the ruby knife into the Mammon machine. It ends up turning into the Masamune, probably from Mechlier streams. It also has the added negative effect of awakening the giant space stick called Lavos. And here Chrono decides to stop it. Magus is thought his goal was in grasp. He was ready to kill him. And then all of a sudden he found out he can't do poop. So Chrono's like, I got this. I'm just going to sacrifice myself.
Yeah, I
So
always
Chrono
think
dies to the Omega Beam.
rip
Go ahead,
Chrono.
Corp.
I always think of Chrono steps forward to take the blast to protect Shala, because that'd give him a heroic side to it. Because that's good. At least he did something right.
I mean, and we also, I mean, I'm not sure if you said, but yeah, we also saw that the Prophet is Magus all along. And it looked like he also has his own ruby knife, potentially, that he was trying to stab Lavos with.
Yeah.
So, but that obviously failed.
All ruby weapons are just a lie.
Should have gone with Emerald Weapon.
Yep.
FF7 joke for you guys. Anyway. Yeah, this story really takes a turn at this point, because we mentioned before, up to this point, well, a little earlier, we assumed Magus was the big bad, because Magus was going to summon Lavos. But then we learn a little bit more about Lavos and his connection to Zeal, the Kingdom Zeal. And then he has his own agenda, but it didn't work out, so oops.
And now Shala has used, I believe it's the power of the pendant, to send all of the remaining people, all of your remaining friends to safety. And presumably Shala is dead or never seen again. At least from a lore standpoint at this point.
So at this point, Lavos is a very, very angry space tick. He just wanted to sleep in a little bit longer. So he ends up obliterating Zeal, which sinks it into the sea, which causes a giant tidal wave for Earthbound below. Thankfully, it doesn't deal any damage because everyone goes to a mountaintop to watch it.
Lavos in his teenage years.
Yeah. And that hunk of land that is falling will play a role later on when it turns into it ends up turning into the Sun Palace. You end up doing the Sun cycles.
In the lore, it's amazing how much the Sunstone and the idea of it plays into how this game, how the story goes for this game. Like, I didn't think about it before, but after doing some research, we eventually take the Sunstone and use it to our own advantage to turn it into the best weapon in the game. Or so we think.
Sun shades.
There you go.
I think the Sun Palace actually sinks at this point, right?
Yeah.
And it doesn't actually resurface until like much later, like 600.
It's like 600,000 AD. So this is the Sunstone is one of the reasons why, if you're looking at it from a purely lore point of view, Ayla can't learn magic because magic doesn't enter humanity until about 30,000 BC, and then around the 12,000 BC, they've kind of milked it for all they can. So, and then Robo being a robot, mechanical beings can't be influenced by the Sunstone. And by that point, it's just already long been gone anyways. So here we're going to just buy as much stuff as we can. We want to be broke. And Dalton has mustered a couple of forces after the fall of the Ocean Palace. He ended up finding Mechlear's ship, the Blackbird, and has taken control over it. And decides to just kidnap us.
Doesn't he just end up trying to call this land of Dalton or something? Yeah, because he's just so full of himself. He is, I like to refer to him as the Biff of Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, Dalton takes us kidnapped.
Dalton also mentions, I found it kind of interesting. He mentions that the epoch, it looks very familiar to what Balthazar was building. So it looks like Balthazar must have been at least attempting to build an epoch in 12,000.
It was going to be one of Zeal's great machineries. Because I think there was plans to try to harness Lavos's power early, but he never got to finish it before he got banished. Which I think is probably one of the reasons Zeal didn't kill him, in case they needed like the backup plan.
So normally, casually, you can go through here and collect like everything that was taken from you. But honestly, we're just going to go right to the end and grab all of our items back. And that includes everything in our inventory. That does not include things that were equipped, not yet. And this party order that Corp put everybody in was very specific. Luca and Robo, since they aren't equipped with weapons, they're not technically in the battle. So they're just going to kind of like act as like a wall. These enemies they can't move around them. So they won't be able to do anything. That's why Ayla was just able to like take them out without any attacks. And this is where we get the items back, and the only thing we're gonna be skipping out on is the money, which is why Dine explained buying a bunch of the items just a few minutes ago.
So it is kind of worth noting. So there is a glitch called the unequipped glitch. So if you don't have any helmets or body armor, and you select the helmet and very quickly switch to another character, you can actually take off that person's helmet or body armor. And it gives you some pretty strong properties, mainly like elemental resistances. So the unequipped glitch, you reduce all damage taken from magic by 25%. Which is huge, and you get 10 points of magic per armor you equip. So even though we don't get those stat bonuses, sadly or fortunately, depending on how pure you want the run, the game considers us not having any equipment as a null instead of a 0. Which I think it'd be kind of cool just to get like that free 20 magic and just watch like Luca obliterate everything with fire tackle.
Yeah, if you want to see more about the unequipped glitch, I'd recommend watching the any percent no LSS runs. Fairly interesting, but very difficult and pretty technical as well. Yeah, so we just encountered the best boss in the game, the Golem boss, where we have a legendary staring contest, and we won, by the way. So we established dominance, and now we're moving on to Dalton, who did us a favor. He gave the Epoch wings. So now we're gonna take it back.
This is a very scripted fight too. It really shouldn't change ever, unless you like fumble with inputs or something. But the fight should always start with Dalton attacking, Luca and Robo doing fire tackle. And right after this fire tackle, Dalton's going to counter with, is it a ice?
Ice.
Yeah, and then Ayla's going to just immediately do a Lapis to heal up. Just to ensure that you don't take, that nobody dies throughout the rest of the fight. Then Ayla will do a rock throw and then another fire tackle, and that's the whole fight.
I remember one of the newer runners. The 80% glitch list has seen a lot of activity in terms of new runners in the last probably 2 months. Not including other people that have run it beforehand. I remember one of the new runners was like, "Oh, we can skip the Lapis on this. I don't see a need for it." Then Ayla just got nuked, and he's like, "All right, now I see why we use the Lapis."
Yeah, I would say Ayla or Robo usually in this fight with like in that like 2-digit range.
Yeah.
Usually it's Ayla.
can't
No.
really hate on Dalton. I don't like how he used the single-use laser beams. I would have really liked to use them against Lavos when I crashed the Epoch into him.
Well, he does slap Shala, so we can fault
Yeah.
him pretty hard.
He also kicks little Janice.
Oh yeah, exactly.
But I had a little theory that because of Dalton's appearance, he's got like a cape and long hair. I feel like Magus kind of took on that appearance growing up, kind of like he's Batman. He became what he feared because Dalton instilled fear into little Janice. And I don't know, that has no bearing in the lore, but I think it's a nice little theory.
Yeah, it's interesting. I there's probably a lot of weight to that actually. Dalton Trigger sequel.
Give us Chrono break. So we're gonna go back to that same shop. We're gonna sell the red katana, never mind, we're gonna go back into the Epoch. We're cold. It's cold outside. We're gonna sell the red katana, the time hat, and the Kaiser arm. This will give us 29,750 GP. And this is pretty much all the money we need for the rest of the run. We are fully stocked on full tonics, which will heal us 500 hit points in battle. For a lot of the characters, which is pretty much a full heal.
But this is in game though, so this is the start of the side quests and wrapping up everything you need to do before final showdown. We're gonna do it all.
Here we kind of just get the tie up on what happened right after we got banished. When the main machine first started activating with Lavos, the three gurus get chucked through time. And then little Janice as well also gets kicked to 600 AD.
Right, and this is the Melchior that you see at 1000 AD at the beginning of the game. And the one in the hut, obviously.
So Janice ends up getting kicked out to Truce Canyon in 600. And then he ends up getting raised by Ozzy and then very quickly overthrowing him as an Archmage and becoming the leader of the Fiend Lords. But those three blue imps are still there protecting it until we murdered them in the very beginning of the game.
But this is the official moment where you are supposed to learn that Magus is Janus.
Magus also realizes how much of a fool he was, thinking that he could take him on one-on-one.
Yeah, you do learn quite a lot about Magus here in this cutscene and whole sequence.
Magus is obviously we're having him join us because we really can't fight him. Magus is needed for our endgame ploy, and he's just a stupidly strong character at this point. He's about 10 levels higher than any of us are at the moment.
Yeah, 37 as opposed to 25, 26.
Yeah. Also, his spells just have a better damage formula than Luca, Marl, and Chrono. His spells just are inherently better. So even if we didn't need him for the Omega Flare, he would still be quite useful for a large chunk of the side quests. There is one tech in the game that is stronger than Omega Flare, and it's Frog Flare, with using Frog Squash and Lucas Flare. The issue with that is keeping Frog at 1 hit point out of 999 for a battle and not having him just eat shit. It'll deal about double the damage of Omega Flare, but it's not really feasible to get 2 characters ultimate tech. But besides that, it's pretty much like Frog Flare, Omega Flare, and then Double Bomb. But Double Bomb is still really situational because it's based on Robo's position to the enemy. So here we're going to 600 AD to activate the Northern Ruin side quest for the tools. And then we're going to warp back to the end of time to get the Chrono trigger. We're going to get the hard-boiled egg to get Chrono back.
Gaspar will also go through a full dialogue explaining all of the people in need across the time, all the times. It's a nice little. I think it's a nice little way of directing the player on what to do without just like shoving it in your face.
It's also kind of nice that like you forget what's left to do.
Yep.
Because instead of like going through the Black Omen, and it's just like it just keeps feeding it to you.
And like I said earlier, the Chrono Trigger was actually Gaspar's creation. I believe he spent like his whole life researching and creating this.
But not giving him any duels or two triples. I kind of wish other people could form triple text without Chrono. It was my one like big gripe with the game casually. That like you're locked into that one character for it. But it is nice they kind of gave you accessories. It just didn't feel the same.
So we're gonna make a small detour. Luca's father now has all of the rest of equipment ready, which is Tabin suit, Tabin helm, really good items. Diane might be able to touch on the stats on those because I've forgotten.
Panic.
Yeah, never mind. They're really good items for Luca. We're also going to go down to the snail shop and get the jerky, which will be used for the Sunstone side quest.
Taban suits basically one more speed than the Taban vest, and it gives you, instead of 25% fire resistance, it's 50, which will help out a lot for Son of Sun.
Mm-hmm.
And the helm is just a good chunk to magic defense.
Oh, so the helm doesn't have any speed on it?
Nope, defense 24 and magic defense plus 10. I thought it had speed on it.
Yeah, that's why the Son of Sun fight still went well.
Yeah.
Corp also stopped by Toma's grave. The only reason we're stopping there is to get the speed tab behind his grave. Normally you would throw the soda pop on the grave, and Toma's ghost would explain or tell you about the entrance to Giant's Claw. But we're not going to be doing that. It's just not needed. And then after those detours, he's continuing the Northern Ruins side quest by getting the tools needed for the what is he? He's a drunk guy, carpenter.
Yeah.
Something. Yeah. And they're going to be repairing the Northern Ruins for you to explore it a bit more.
We're not going to fully restore the Northern Ruins. The side quest is technically finished once we interact with Cyrus's grave. So I think it takes five cycles to repair it. We're only going to be doing 2. Because we're not going to overachieve.
Yeah, there are some really nice items in here, but they're just... I think it's the Valkyrie is one of the best items, and that's...
Yeah, you got to go to like 600 AD to charge up the chest, go to 1,000, open it, and then go back to 600 if you want like both items.
Right, and since we're only really using Marl at this point for haste, it's just not worth it.
Does it ruin the speedrun if you forget to pick up the Taban vest? No, you're just gonna lose a million minutes. It's still doable. It's that you feel the hurt from losing the 2 speed more than anything else. You can still finish a run. However, it does make Megas a lot worse. That's where you really start to notice the speed loss. I think these guys have 1,280 hit points, So Magus just barely kills with a full screen fire too. Normally, if we can outright kill an enemy, we'll be using Ice. Ice 2 just has a faster animation out of the 3, but we do need that extra elemental damage from Fire 2 to reliably one-shot these guys. In this fight, you're really just hoping not to see 300 grudges and 500 MP busters.
Yeah, because Magus really does need to survive these for TP definitely, but also XP. It is very, very important for him to get level 38 very soon before the Chrono fight. You'll see him get 38 on a Leaper fight coming up here soon. Once he goes from 37 to 38, his hit, I believe it doubles.
26 to 40.
Okay, so it's not quite double, but it's a massive.
It's still
increase.
a very big increase.
Yeah. So, and the reason that's important is because we do have some more Rubble fights coming up, and with the hit that high, it almost guarantees those fights to go well.
Here we're just switching party members to set us up for Ozzy's fort. Also, we're getting Magus out of the party because there's extra dialogue when you talk to Cyrus's grave. Corp grabbing this Hyper Ether. Hyper Ether refills your magic to full. Where full ethers will give you 60 MP, this will give you whatever your max is. What do you mean, Jono?
Yeah, I don't remember what we were talking about.
Yeah, but I honestly don't remember what we were just talking. I'm guessing it has something to do with hit rate.
Basically, Magus broken.
Math behind Magus. So when your characters gain levels, they gain certain stats. The only stat that won't go up through leveling up is speed. But you'll gain magic defense, strength, and everything else. Level 38 for Magus just happens to be that golden stat, whereas hit rate gets a very large boost.
And it just so happens to be one level after recruiting him. It's crazy.
Magus joins at a static 37 in the speedrun. I don't know if he can join higher in a casual. I don't know if he's also considered like on the bench and just getting a bunch of extra experience on top of having a higher level. Yeah, it's Magus joining. Like when we fought the rebels on Mount Glow, the reason they're so troublesome is they have a very high physical evasion, and we just have a very low hit rate. I think Ayla's highest hit rate is like 16 or something. Like you're really betting against the odds there. Where because Magus joins at such a higher, he's got a better chance. If you had other characters close to level 40, they would also be as quote-unquote broken. But like I said, it's just one of the few fights where being under-leveled really goes against you. And even though Berserk says it increases hit rate, it does not.
So lore-wise, with that Mass Immune cutscene, that Cyrus was explaining that he could not sleep due to worry over the fate of everybody he left behind and his decisions. So for some reason, Masamune were inspired and upgraded the Masamune. And this is, I think, in the SNES version, Frog's most powerful weapon. I don't think there's anything more powerful, and not until the DS version.
It is considered a key item, so you do lose it in New Game Plus. That's where a lot of people will pick up the Brave Sword, Death Peak. Because until you can upgrade to the Masamune 2, the Brave Sword will carry over in a New Game Plus setting. So even though we're going through Ozzy's fort, we're not going to be finishing the side quest. We're going to be fighting Flea, we'll be fighting Slash, and then we're going to do some looting and we're going to leave. There's 3 really good pieces of equipment for Magus here. The Doomsicle, the Gloom Helm, and the Gloom Cape. And the Doomsicle, even though we're taking this detour, still makes the next fight coming up a lot faster than just fighting them with 3 party members. Slash and Flea both have about 2,500 hit points. So you're looking for 3 berserk attacks from Frog, or 2 if one of them's a crit, and then a single fire tackle will take them out. Frog with the Masamune 2, just like Masamune 1, does have a 24% crit chance. So you basically have a 1 in 4 for crit.
I think lore-wise here, it's pretty much just they have newfound gear, right?
Yeah.
Equipment or something, and I don't think it's really too deep or anything. They're just kind of like super bosses, quote unquote, but they're really not that difficult.
No, it's kind of just like throw them in for a rematch.
Right. You'll see Corp do a quick party swap here, and this is extremely important for the speed run. So he's going to take full damage from this guillotine, and this is for a tech that's going to be used in the upcoming Rust Chrono and Yakra 13 fights.
Totally never forgotten this party swap in a run and regretted life decisions.
Yeah, you kind of got to fumble a lot if you forget, to say the least. But if you go up north through that door right there, it is a dead run for you, because that activates the Ozzy Slash and Flea full fight, and you're not really equipped to deal with that, especially with this party right now.
No, not at 1 hit point.
Nope.
So Giant's Claw is Tyranno's Lair from 65 mil BC, just re-raised.
One little neat thing, when I mentioned the Tomo's grave pouring the soda, if you do pour the soda, it does put the name Giant's Claw when you go up to this place. If you don't pour the soda, the name's not there, but you can still enter.
Which is neat, because like you'd never think, like casually or a first time, you'd never like walk into the middle of the mountain, because like if you didn't see like a name pop up, you just assume you couldn't go there.
Yeah.
Well, we will be doing this Leaper fight twice. Once with this party, and then we'll be swapping Robo in for Marl. This is for, as Hobbs was mentioning, for the Rubble fight coming up. So to make sure she learns haste for the Rust Tyranno fight coming up. Once again, we pick Ice because it has the fastest animation. These Leapers, if you're slow with inputting the ice on Magus, these guys hit like a truck.
And they surprisingly attack very quickly too.
Yes. Thankfully, if you set up the ice on the pterodactyl runaway, you can just kind of sit here and mash A.
We're also coming up on a very crucial item, one that pretty much decides the outcome for the last stretch of the run. This is the Blue Rock. It's needed to do the triple tech Omega Flare between Magus, Luca, and Robo. Where you can't use it quite yet because we're still waiting on Luca to learn Flare.
But Oh boy, if we could use it now.
Ah, would love it.
So this is where one of the moments where we really take abuse of the TP duplication. So instead of Marl getting 200 TP from these fights, she gets 400. She'll get 200 for this because she learns Cure, which puts at 100 tech points towards Haste as well. And then this fight will guarantee that she learns Haste. It's little things like that that made the run really interesting to me. Was just making the most of like the big encounters that you don't see very often. You see something similar to this in Death Peak, where you end up just getting an ungodly amount of tech points just from very careful routing.
So, there's a combination of a couple things that Corp's done. Having Ayla and Marl take that damage and bringing them down to 1 HP from the guillotine is very important for this strat. And Dine mentioned that Magus, we picked up the Doomsicle for Magus. Did you already explain the Doomsicle?
I have not.
Okay, the Doomsicle it increases damage output by it's 100% per dead party member. Russ Tyranno is going to use this damage over time ability, the Roar. And with Ayla and Marl both dead, he's going to be doing 200% damage, or 300. Yeah, 300 total. So, like roughly 1,500 per hit, 3,000 with a crit.
And we got the Lobo sword.
But that's good. That means you got the red mail.
So that's the wolf sword of 1,000 words. It's a due to a pointer error of it pointing to an item that doesn't exist. Our main goal here is to steal the red mail, which we did. The game just doesn't display it properly. But one nice property about the game in general is the damage increase you get from the dead party members also stacks with the Berserker status. So that 3 times damage actually turns out to be about 4.5 times. And it just so happens with Russ Tyranno and Yakra 13, the way their AI script is, Magus with Haste just absolutely destroys the bosses. Because for 5 of his turns, he's not doing anything.
So like, Magus is literally tearing down 25,000 HP in like less than a minute.
Yes, I don't know if you guys saw it, but no red mail.
No, you got it.
No,
yeah.
I got the Wolf Lobe sword.
No, the Wolf Lord sword doesn't exist. It's just corrupted.
Oh,
text.
okay. So it's still.
Yeah, you still got the red mail.
Okay, well, that's just a treat then for everybody else.
Yeah, and a fun little fact about the Wolf Lobe, it is the glitch name, but it's actually if you look at the way the characters are, it's the first 4 sword names combined in one text line. So it's the wood sword, the iron sword, the lode sword, and the red katana, and it just the way that those letters line up, it spells out Wolf Lobe. Pretty interesting.
There's one rough thing about Chrono Trigger. Coming from like Final Fantasy VI, where everything is so well documented, Chrono Trigger's documentation is very scattered, and every website you visit says something different, which kind of sucks. But a lot of it is just kind of like piecing it together and then going forward and like just trying to double check what's the most trusted sites. A big thing for like trying to calculate damage in this game especially is the game throws a random damage factor in at the end of the damage formula, but no one knows what the random amounts are. So you can kind of figure out what the base damage is before the game kind of does its funkiness.
So the jerky that we bought from the snail shop in 1000 AD, we've actually given it to this lady here in this house. It's you can choose to sell it or give it to her. Giving it to her shows it's like it's just a really nice thing to do. And then over time, their family remembers this kind act, and you're rewarded for it. Oh boy, son of sun.
It's a boss. It's definitely something.
Yeah. I believe this is one of Corp's favorite fights in the game, right?
You know what? I look forward to this split.
I like
The-
this
the-
this fight. I think it's B dude who does not.
I like this fight because it lets me know if I get an early dinner or not.
So we put barrier on Ayla right off the bat. This essentially makes her invincible for this fight. So she has the red mail, which absorbs the fire from the flare, which is Son of Sun's first attack. And then he's going to do a laser attack. And if Ayla gets hit, she will survive the laser. And then back and forth, it'll just be flare, which heals, and then laser, which doesn't kill her. So ideally, you do kill him before the barrier runs out, but that's not really a problem.
And then Magus with the Gloom equipment and Silver Earring gives him more than enough hit points for a very good survivability. Corp waited for the first roulette. If he would have flame tossed off the bat, even though he hit the correct flame, the AI script hasn't activated yet. So it would just lead to an all 3 miss. We're using Flame Toss. The old strat used to be use Ice 2 and sit through 5 counterattacks. Flame Toss, you're kind of hoping for a 3 out of 5, which is still pretty good odds. And then whichever one doesn't counterattack is the one you go for. The Son of Sun is, in the lore, appears to be a defense mechanism for the Sunstone since it's out of power. Because of in 12,000 BC, where the Kingdom of Zeal ended up just draining the power before switching over to the Mammon Machine and using Lavos. So we want to hit the correct flame 10 times. His AI script won't show is losing fire right away. He'll still do his next scripted action, and then the death kind of happens shortly after. Overall, 2-cycle fight, very nice. So here we're going to go back to 65 million BC and throw it under some sunlight. In 1000 AD, it gets stolen by the very kind mayor. He's like, hey, someone dropped this off on my doorstep. I guess you guys can have it.
Magus also just learned Dark Bomb. That is one of the 3 techs needed for a Mega Flare. So Robo already learned Laser Spin very early on. So really, we're just now doing as many fights as possible. Or we're keeping Luca in the party constantly working towards the end goal of Flare.
From our big reward for finishing this is the good old Wonder Shot, and also Sunshades. So the Wonder Shot damage isn't random, so it looks at the in-game timer, so the 1's digit of the in-game clock for the seconds. So every 10 seconds the damage is looping. If you happen to attack on a 3, 4, 5, or 6, you get a double damage. 7, 8 is triple damage. Ninth is 3.5 times, and then 0 digit is 1/10 damage, and half for 1 and 2. So if you're getting crappy damage rolls, you're very early on in the in-game timer, which it's hard to math out in a run because game time doesn't flow the same as real time. And then the Sunshades is just a pure 25% attack or damage upgrade for physicals or magic, which in combination also helps for the Rainbow Shell side quest with the Prism specs that gives us a 50% damage increase. So with a triple tech, having Prism specs and Sunshades, you're getting 2 out of the 3 abilities that are getting a quite big damage increase.
Yeah, it seems like we're getting a whole bunch of very overpowered things, but truthfully, for this run, it's like the bare minimum of what you need to survive to the end of the game. So it's amazing how much time and effort and planning went into doing routing of this game, because it just lines up so almost beautifully in some places.
So the most philosophical question in the world, why is laughter? I hate this side quest. We need to get 4 correct. This will lower the price of the Chrono doll to 30,000 gil, which is what we have.
Oops, I was mashing. I didn't pay attention. So, my bad. That's why I saved.
And that's why I still save.
Why everybody should save here.
It is a very quick
All right.
save.
So now that Corp is reset, we are now RNG manipulating the run. I believe that was a bright load.
Ooh, Corp.
Oh no. Shame.
Change the title.
Yep. Change it. Dang it, let's go.
Norston Baxter Manipulation.
Remember, I reset here. I had to reset here twice because I suck at this. And I just kept getting left arm, right arm, left arm, right arm. And I'm like, man, we should reset for this.
Alright, time to talk to the doll.
The Chrono doll is needed. It's the second part of the puzzle, alongside with the Chrono trigger, to revive Chrono. But first we have to ask Mommy.
Yes, do not sleep in the bed. It's very easy to do.
Sleep in the bed, you're tired. You haven't slept in the last 4 hours.
This can also glitch out. It's happened to me a few times to where you clearly pick up the doll, but it isn't in your inventory when you get all the way to Balthazar's lab. It's pretty frustrating. Sometimes it's... Yeah. I used to just check my inventory every single time to make sure.
I totally never lost 3.5 minutes by getting all the way there and finding out I don't have it.
Yeah, those are good splits to run against.
So now we're kind of just doing, hey, we can fully do this side quest. We could have done this side quest earlier, but we needed the Sunstone to get the Prism specs. And I don't think the route would be possible if you skip them. The Prism specs, especially in combination with Luca, with all the magic tabs, and the damage modifier she gets from Omega Flare, you're losing a very large chunk of damage. You're probably losing about 800 to about 1,000 damage from Omega Flare by Luca not having Prism specs.
This fight is going to be very similar to a very similar strat to how Corp did Rust Tyranno. We're still utilizing the Doom Sickle, but it's not as guaranteed as the Rust Tyranno fights.
It's guaranteed. He reset for it. It's RNG manipulation.
Oh, true. So, Frog should always die first. What you want to see is Frog dying, and then Marl hasting, and then Marl dying. But there's a chance that Marl lives a lot longer than you would like, which means Magus does not get the full damage output that you're expecting out of this fight. So you can definitely lose a lot of time here. But there's really, unless you're manipping, there's really nothing you can do about it.
So in the story, king is being accused of keeping an heirloom and not telling anyone of it. Which is weird because they even built this fucking area, the castle. So we're coming down here to grab a piece of the rainbow shell to prove that the king hasn't sold the heirloom, that it's still in Gardina's protection. I always found it kind of funny that there was enemies you fought at the very beginning of the game here, but I'm assuming that's to hint that Yakra is behind everything.
I would definitely believe that, yeah. And potentially even the Chancellor being Yakra 13 all along, but maybe that's speculation.
We do a little pause there just to not get nagged by that Nogette when she's bouncing back and forth. Thankfully, a lot of these side quests are, when you're just going to point A to point B, are very, very quick.
There's a lot of chests in this room. I think it's mostly just like elixirs and ethers and stuff. We're gonna ignore them all. We already have enough items. Hey, they can add the Undersea Palace into as many scenes as they want.
I'm not gonna complain.
Nope.
Thankfully, with that room, we can just hold down and run. The enemies pop out a lot later leaving than what they do going to it. So you can generally be long past their spawn zone when they decide to show up.
Yeah, I took a pause there because I thought I was in the other room where the Nogette goes back and forth. So that just shows I'm getting sleepy. It's losing focus.
Keep it together.
I know. I gotta try harder.
So I don't know how Marl got back here. I don't know if she just scaled the walls Assassin's Creed style. But she has no problem breaking this 1,000-year-old antique window.
With her body.
Yep.
Unharmed.
Makes a beautiful landing.
It's a reason why she's Ayla's descendant. She too is a monster in some ways.
Marl's like, I got this. Cure. It's like Final Fantasy IV all over again when Rydia's trying to cure Edge. Alright, Frog takes a nap. Are you still on Battle Speed 3 core?
Yeah, I forgot. Sorry.
Alright, I was about to say, that looked pretty slow.
Hey, that makes haste easy to do. Okay.
Yeah, it's true. Completely unintended.
Oh yeah.
I'll try to set it back right afterward.
Hey, this still be a good fight though.
Oh yeah. So Yakra's got 18,000 hit points. Getting a crit here is very huge. Much like getting a crit really in any boss fight is huge. You can get that 3 or 4 crit Yakra fight. You're saving a lot of time, and then you're gonna regret running against it in the next run.
And it makes this fight seem really easy, but he can do a lot of damage very quickly. Especially at the end.
Especially if Marl ends up living too.
Yeah.
Because that's 500 damage in attack you're missing, or 1,000 on a crit, which does add up very, very quickly.
Yeah, after he finishes up his dialogue, he starts, if you let him finish up all of his dialogue, he starts doing this, Needle Bend 13 or something, which does a lot of damage.
So that shiny spot is the key to unlock the real Chancellor, but we've given him enough tries. He's just going to sit in the treasure chest for the rest of the game. So this is where Marl learns about the power of family. Because Marl really regretted her dad after the mom died. She's like, I used to call you daddy. It's like, what little girl didn't? So this is where Marl really starts putting more faith in her dad, but still leaves him hanging at the end.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Literally leaves him hanging.
Yeah. So the Meckler is going to show up, and he's like, hey, I'm finally going to be useful. And it's like, you've done quite a bit, good sir. We're going to going back down to the Rainbow Shell. We have the option to form 1 prism dress or 3 prism helms. We'll be doing the prism helms. They're very broken pieces of equipment, more so because they just give you a ton of status immunities. They're also very good defensive gears. Not as good as the dress, but we're pretty much going to be using them for the rest of the game on most of the characters. This is one of the text boxes where it's just so easy to space out and mash. All of a sudden you end up with a prism dress and Mega Mutant just says no.
Yeah, I've totally never lost a run here, ever.
Nope, never. Back to the Millennium Fair we go. Early dinner, here we come.
I like the second option.
Yep. So there's not much really left to do in the game. We have to revive Chronos, and do Robo side quests, and then we're off to and Fiona's, and then we're off to Black Omen.
Yeah, we've pretty much gotten all the items we need, or equipment that we need for the rest of the game. Pretty sure.
Yeah, Death Peak just gives us a bunch of TP. We get like Crisis Arm for Robo.
Oh yeah, Robo's upgrades. Okay. Yeah. When learning this run, Death Peak was probably my least favorite right off the bat.
Yeah.
But I've grown to love it. I love how it flows now.
It has a bunch of like tricky encounter skips at the start. So I'm assuming Death Peak gives you the power to restore life. Lavo seems drawn to it after the destruction that he caused upon the world. Mainly because he decides to create a bunch of spawns there. So his plan after destroying the Earth is to basically make more copies of himself and then go out to destroy more planets. It also has a very fancy Christmas tree. So we have the 3 entities that will help us climb Death Peak and show us which way. Corp is not a monster,
Yep.
and he's turning
boy.
off the new.
He's a good runner. Yep. Unlike some others.
So here we're just going to be doing a pretty big equip menu once we get Luca and Robo back in the party. Luca gets Wonder Shot, Prism Helm, and Sunshades. Magus gets the Prism Specs because he's just going to be our biggest damage dealer. We are going to be doing a minor grind to get some tech points and a couple of extra levels. Good first screen. So the 3 encounter skips coming up. The first one's pretty lax once you get it. The second and third I still kind of struggle with.
I think the second one is really the only like RNG one. Like this one you can get really consistent with. It is tricky though for sure. It's pretty precise.
A lot of it is not jumping the gun.
Yeah.
You definitely don't want to attack the shell.
Well, there is one reason to attack the shell.
You want an early damage.
Yes.
The shell counterattacks with an AoE spine move that does like 200 or 300 damage. We're still pretty weak in terms of just the amount of hit points we have. But these lava spawns just give a boatload of TP. They give 120. But since Luca and Robo are also learning techs, that means they technically learn 240. So during all of Death Peak, with fighting 2 spawns and 24 crackers, Luca gets about 700 TP. Which is a very big help on our way towards Flare.
Yeah, that fight right there is a very good marker to let you know that you're on the correct TP route. Because Luca learns Mega Bomb, like Dine said, they learn Tex. Luca learns Mega Bomb, and Robo learns Heal Beam. As long as they learn those 2 there, you know that you're on track, and you really shouldn't have any further issues. Because even if like Robo died during one fight earlier on, it snowballs into him not learning Heal Beam there, which it forces you to do just a lot more encounters to catch up.
Because we are looking for Robo to learn Uzi Punch before the Atropov fight. So obviously missing 120 TP is a very big chunk. For some reason, that second Lavo spawn has a run flag. Just cause. And this area here is technically the best grind point in the game. If you can get 6 crackers in the fight consistently, it's 48 tech points and about 2200 experience. We'll be taking this fight 4 times. This will just give us an extra level or 2. This also has Megas learn Magic Wall. We're never going to use the spell, but it's just... he needs to learn Dark Mist at some point for the Mother Brain fight. And with the power of the Prism specs, he can reliably kill with Ice, which is just the fastest spell. So this is pretty easy to set up. Once you get into the groove of things, you kind of want to run down the slope as the 3rd cracker spawns, sit in that little alcove, and then just run against the 4th one as he kind of comes close to you. Takes a little bit to get the hang of it, but once you do, it's pretty consistent. This will be the last quote-unquote grind part of the run. I kind of feel weird calling this a grind.
Yeah, that's exactly why I pretty much like only said that Reptite one earlier was.
Yeah.
This one is just so quick. It's nuts.
Now you could fight that second Lavo spawn, but because your level also plays into the damage formula, we're looking more for levels than we are for the fastest techniques. Now you could fight that second Lavo spawn, only fight 1 cracker, and then hope for a bunch of elevator encounters on Black Omen. It's kind of up in the air. Really like what would be the most optimal. It feels like you're trading fast encounters for kind of fast encounters.
Yeah, that would be a hard sell to trade off on, I think.
Because you're missing out. You're getting a lot of tech points, but you're missing about 6,000 experience, which is at least 3 or 4 encounters.
We're doing a party swap here to get the least amount of.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's doing it. Good man.
He's doing it. He's doing it. Okay. So normally we would put Robo, Ayla, and Frog for this because they have the least amount of dialogue during this scene. Luca and Marl both have a lot of dialogue. So
And
for
hugging.
speedrun, yeah. Unfortunately, Robo will not hug Chrono for some reason.
That's the
Very-
saddest tragedy of everything.
Yeah, very sad. I think Frog gives him a little kiss, but nothing crazy.
A little
So
slip
here
on the
we're-
cheek. Yeah.
I don't know what we're infusing the Chrono Trigger with, but we're giving it some energy to send us back to the point where right before Chrono gets put to sleep by Lavos, he went to a farm upstate. He has lots of room to run around with, and just because of the mechanics of time, apparently we can just take him away with a doll and everything is okay.
Yeah, it might be why the reason the lava spawns are attracted to Death Peak. Maybe it's like a magical vortex or something.
Lavos is an asexual being that decided to reproduce on Death Peak. I don't know how one of them worked their way into Black Omen, though. I'm guessing it's the older brother. But yeah, we go back to the time that's frozen. We get our friend Chrono back, who we will use for like 3 fights, and then completely forget about him again.
And what's interesting is the way that the timelines work in this game. This is technically not the same Chrono. This is a whole different Chrono.
We still got the same stats, so it's okay.
Oh, true. That's all that matters. As long as we can
Yep.
fucking hit. As long as we can fucking
as long as we can still Falcon it, as long as he's still okay with Ayla, that's all that matters.
So sweet.
Very nice.
All right, now my menu's messed up. I gotta figure out what to do.
I just wing it.
You're fine.
And now we finally get to go to Genodome, aka Ice 2 Factory.
Ice 2-a-thon. Is everyone ready for the lots of lore? We're gonna give you the lore on Ice 2. It kills a lot of stuff.
Chrono is back, and yeah, goodbye.
Chrono's back and no one cares.
Yep.
They're like, Gaspar, will you stop talking about Death Peak now?
I've grown. Oh,
Oh, go
I
ahead.
was gonna say I've grown to love this place, like just as much as Death Peak.
Yeah.
I love the flow of going to open the door and the switch and the really tight movement on the conveyor belt skip. Even though it's like 5 hours into the run, I don't care. It's great.
Hobbs is gonna list all the technical stuff. I like that I just have to hit the A button a lot of times. It's only my brain can go on a vacation to a nice sunny place where the drinks have little umbrellas. And then I can yell when Robo runs out of electricity before the door. Or he gets into the door with the electricity and the game still says no.
So what we're talking about is there is a conveyor belt that's that normally you would go through the Genodome and reverse it, but with pretty much perfect movement, you can you can avoid the reversing and run up with the charge to open the door. And it is extremely tight movement, probably the tightest movement in the game, or in the run.
Yeah.
I think you only have like 6 frames of leeway, and like every time you bump a wall and slow down, it's several frames that you're losing.
For a new runner, though, it takes about 2 minutes to reverse the conveyor. Would highly recommend it. Once it's already into your splits, once you feel comfortable with the movement, it's just a potential free 2-minute time save down the road.
Yeah, that's what I've been recommending. Yeah.
When you're starting to learn a speedrun, you don't always necessarily have to jump in with like the fastest strats. Just do what's comfortable to finish a run that doesn't give you a headache. And then as you naturally just evolve them in, it just ends up being free time saves. Which is nice for the run, knowing like, hey, I've practiced conveyor skip, I can save 2 minutes, or if you mess it up, 1 minute and 20 seconds.
So with that tight movement requires a little bit of setup. So he's coming over here. He hit that door and opened it. He also hit that switch. That door needs to be opened because the way that we need to move through there, we need to slide up against that wall to avoid that encounter. If we hit that door and open it while we have the charge, we lose a lot of frames. And actually, I don't think it's actually possible to hit that door and keep the charge.
I'd say no, you're losing way too many frames.
So it's a very good setup. And doing that also allows you to just kind of like prep the movement a little bit, which is kind of nice.
So lore-wise, Mother Brain is a robotic entity that runs this. She was the one that has started creating robots and sent them out on the mission to eradicate humans, which is why they're all hanging around in the different domes. Because she wants to create a robotic-type nation, because she thinks, like every insane AI, it's the best way to go about it. So this is where all the robots started, and then they moved into that other dome where we found Robo. I've forgotten the name, because it's been like 3 hours.
The Protodome?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And in the original timeline, I believe Mother Brain actually succeeds and finishes off the human race.
She does.
Yeah, and that's like the ending. Yeah.
In the Japanese version, they took out a text box. When you defeat Mother Brain, she says, with humanity as it is now, they actually stand a pretty good chance of survival. So it's one little dialogue that shows you that you have kind of like brightened up the future a little bit. Or humanity's not as doomed as it once seemed when you first came here.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Corp did the conveyor belt on first try. Really, really good. He's leaving that robot. You have to track this. You have to escort this robot all the way back to the beginning of this area. There's a little trick that we can leave the robot in the end of the conveyor. And if we do this movement back up to the left, the robot will actually go through one of the barriers.
It's not a glitch.
Yeah, it's not a glitch. Please don't cancel us.
I had one viewer that decided to unfollow me because he thought it was a glitch in a glitchless run and was not happy and would not take no for an answer.
They were very angry. Yeah, you ruined their whole weekend.
So here we're giving Robo the prism specs and the Giga arm. Corp looks thoroughly confused. Megas gets... You gotta go... Alright. Oh, why does Frog have the prism specs?
Uh-oh.
You gave Frog the prism specs. Go back, go back. Don't shelter. No, what are you doing? Abort.
I can say that this...
No.
Let's try this again. It saved before it, so... Okay.
Oh boy.
We're having aneurysms over here. This.
Wait, isn't
Wait,
this
why?
exactly what I did on my last run?
Yep. Nope.
Yeah.
Yep.
There we go.
Okay. So yeah, that menu right there, I don't know why I botched it, but it's very important that you get everything you need onto Robo, because if you don't, you're gonna lose a lot of time due to wiping to this next fight with Atropos.
Atropov in practice is a very simple fight. You select Uzi Punch and then mash A to the heavens. But after knowing the run, Robo being down 1 or 2 speed, you greatly increase your chance of just dying to Atropov. Even with Robo getting the 2 extra to speed and the 50% bonus from the Prism specs, you're still frames away from just completely wiping.
The real question is he going to grab the backup Mega Elixir?
Yes. Who is the real Chrono of enemies? Johnny. Uzi Punch is just broken. One nice thing for defeating Atropov is you get 3 speed and 10 magic defense for Robo. The magic defense is kind of whatever, but the 3 speed is a very big boost. Robo is just a very naturally slow character, and we haven't been, I think this is the first instance we put speed tabs on him.
Now we are watching for the 1s digit at the end of this fight on Robo's HP. It's gonna take into we're gonna take that into account for the Ret Knight fight coming up here soon.
I am Explodey.
So I'm not sure on the, what is this, 7?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna get the Crisis Arm. I'm not sure on the exact calculations, but basically the higher the 1s digit, the more damage it does.
So it's a basically multiply Robo's first digit by 0.5, and that's the damage multiplier. So at a 7, Robo is going to be dealing 3.5 times normal damage, and then on top of whatever the Prism specs or whatever else gives them, Sunshades, whatever you decide to give them later on.
Right. So as it currently stands, with a 7 in his 1s digit, 2 Uzi punches will kill the lower half or the top half of Ret Knight, which is incredible. It's like almost 3,000 damage each hit or something.
Yeah. So with a 7 and the Prism specs, you end up dealing like close to 5 times normal damage. It's pretty nutty, like with a very certain setup, but the Crisis Arm is also very kind of misleading in the description.
Oh yeah, it doesn't explain it at all.
No. But much like the Wonder Shot, it's much like the Wonder Shot, but it's a lot easier to manipulate, especially once you start throwing something like a Gold Earring on Robo, or he's at maximum level, because you can just keep him at full hit points and you're guaranteed a 9.
And I believe Mother Brain offers Robo redemption here.
Yeah.
And then, but he turns him down. He turns Mother Brain down for his new friends, which is a nice ending to Robo's side quest.
My friends, A-E-I-O-U and K.
They got Dark Mist off before the computer
Nice.
screens. It's pretty rare.
So funny enough, those panels only have 1 hit point. And then Robo's gonna Uzi Punch. Luca's gonna Mega Bomb. Mega Bomb was an ability I never used casually, and I kind of wish I used more. It does very good damage. And then Megas is gonna cast one more Dark Mist. And that's Mother Brain. So we're set up very nicely for the Sunken Desert side quest. The hardest part of this side quest is just finding Red Knight. He can spawn in one of 4 locations. And sometimes you can just get unlucky and run around in a circle. And depending on how the game decides your collision detection works, sometimes you can run into him and just not fight him.
This fight infuriates me so much. I don't know why I have so much trouble starting up this fight. But you can just lose so much time here. It's just ridiculous.
I think Powexel on his world record run had like a minute and a half to save on this split or something.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
It was like a minute on Son of Sun and like a minute and a half here. So when I was making splits, I was like, why would we make one for Red Knight? It's like 3 minutes. And I was like, oh, this is why. You're just trying to find your lost dog over and over again.
Yeah, so I recently learned that the Red Knight shaking the ground actually damages you. I
didn't know that either.
I had no idea. Well, I wonder how much damage it does per shake though, because like Robo consistently keeps the ones digit the same, so
Must be like 40 or something.
yeah, something like that. It's got to be a flat damage.
Okay, Corp's gonna do some pro bass fishing. He's gonna get it first try. Yank it out of the ground.
Yep, it's gonna be on the top left. That's my Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Nice.
but here we're just going to use Ice Tube to lower its defense, and then Robo's gonna punch it until its heart's content, or its CPU's content. If Robo's the lowest digit Robo's hit point can be is a 5, you end up having to heal him to max, which isn't the biggest of deals. You can use Lucas Wonder Shot to kind of like regulate the damage and get a little bit extra. Oh, it's 30 damage? Thank you, Bobchan.
Oh, it's 30 per shake?
Yeah, because Robo's at 377.
Oh, yeah. Okay. There we go.
Today we learned.
That is good to know. That's not too much, but that would really add up.
So one thing about this fight is you don't want the core to run away. Your tech route, because Luca learns Flare after this fight, and with having the core, you not killing the head and the core running away, you lose a large chunk of tech points.
Yeah, so it's definitely beneficial to kill the core first, and then save Robo's last hit to kill the top. And now that we've cleared out this lore-wise, we can go back and talk to... Well, we could go back and talk to Fiona and continue the this side quest, but like Dine said, we just got the perfect amount of TP for Luca to finally learn Flare. So now that we have that, we can get our final revenge on Ozzy. And we'll finish this, and this is the end of the Ozzy side quest. As soon as we see the final scene here.
So Omega Flare, as Hobbs mentioned a while ago, uses Lucas Flare, Megas's Dark Bomb, and Robo's Laser Spin. So Flare being a level 9 tech or 8 tech, obviously is the biggest part of the damage. Omega Flare in its triple tech gives everyone a natural 25% damage increase. So Magus is getting an additional 25% because of the Sunshades, and then Luca is getting an additional 50% on Prism Specs. So when you do all this together, especially with all the magic taps we've been pumping into Luca throughout the run, it's very hard to ignore 4600 shadow damage for the whole screen with a pretty fast animation. And it is the highest damaging triple tech in the game. Luca's a very good mage. Magus is an amazing mage. Robo's just kind of there for whatever.
Now we finally get to see the true hero of the story. Chrono's kitty cat.
I was waiting for Corp to attack the ice cube, not gonna lie. When you were
I was tempted.
Waiting for the final hero, Ozzy's AoE. Oh, thank you, Bachan. Appreciate that. It's after you become comfortable with the game, you know, like, your main goal is to look at the first digit, and then after you know it, you just don't even look at it anymore.
So good.
It really is. The entity.
It's the cat the whole time.
It was the cat. Yup. And now we're done.
So it does suck making 2 trips. There's probably a way you could kind of YOLO it and do that fight early on, but it's hard also just to beat out missing attack animations as well. Because if you were to fight this with a much lower party member with not a lot of good equipment, you could just be sitting through a lot of attack animations, which would also kill any potential time save. So Fiona wants to plant the forest. We're agreeing to leave Robo behind to help her out. And one of the nice things is, casually, if you save Robo and then go through this forest cutscene, you can bring him to meet himself at 600 AD, as he's still just kind of plowing the fields. And now we get one of the more, I'd say, iconic cutscenes, is the bonfire one, where Robo's been thinking over the last 400 years, and he doesn't think it's Lavos that was creating the time portals, but the entity, in the way of, like, the world trying to save itself from the upcoming doom. And since Chrono is a silent protagonist, he just sleeps through everything.
So I guess the theory we talked about was, since we saved the forest, potentially the Earth is rewarding Luca.
I think this forest is... So what started this is the magical seed that Melchior made back in 12,000 BC. With the girl planting the tree. And I don't know if it's the entity or if it's the forest rewarding Luca. Because the time portal is different colors, so I don't think it has anything to do with the entity.
Yeah, this one's a strange one. I think there could be a lot of talk about this one, and I couldn't find anywhere where it's actually answered, like 100%.
So, fun fact, the only reason Luca's mom's legs gets crushed is because Tabin didn't want to go for a walk with them. So they got stuck at home, and she decided to clean the Lake Crusher 3000. And I know... I seen Corp on mute.
Well, I was going to mention, we saved Luca's mom, but quotes on save, because what we're doing is destroying her old mom and replacing her with a new one with legs.
She's got legs.
So,
You could also not save the mom.
that's true.
That is a horrifying scream.
Oh, man. I don't think I've ever seen that before. I don't want to.
It's only happened once in a run for me.
Happened casually, and I think I lost like 2 hours of progress. I was like, nope, can't do it.
So we're putting the dash ring that we received from Ozzy's fort on Ayla here. We're going to be using Ayla to charm a bunch of items in the Black Omen. The dash ring really helps get that charm off really quickly.
Yeah, it puts Luca at max speed, which pretty much guarantees her to get first turn.
Yep. Little more ice too, just for good measure.
Mega Mutant is really the first boss, is the first part of the Black Omen to tell you that you're not supposed to come here early. Unless you get lucky and somehow chonk through its 4,600 hit points before it does an action. Its first action will always inflict the Chaos status, which is Confuse. Until the Prism Helms, there's very few pieces of equipment that will actually protect you against it. So it is kind of nice where the game lets you know that if you want to go through the Black Omen, that you really should wait a bit.
And the 100% category only requires us to go through the Black Omen once. That's typically a question that's asked quite often, whether we need to go through it 3 times, but it's only... There's really no reason to go through it 3 times. Once is enough.
Yeah, the game only checks to see that you've defeated the Zeal at the end of the Black Omen.
So the first charm, we're going to swap in Ayla here. And the first charm we need to get is the gold earring. We're going to get it from one of these Synchronite fights coming up here soon. The gold earring, I think, increases HP, max HP by 50%?
Yeah.
Right, so we're going to put that on Robo. And that being on Robo guarantees max damage with the Crisis Arm. It's going to put his max HP at 999, which is fantastic for the Lavos spawn fight.
It also helps for his survivability, because Robo will not be getting the best of equipment. We're mainly going to be prioritizing a lot of speed. Robo will be getting the Haste Helm near the end of the Black Omen, which greatly reduces his defense over the Prism Helm. We got the gold earring. Now we're going to be stealing, there's 2 of these panel fights. We're going to be stealing 1 speed tab from each. This is just to help get the rest of the character speed stats up for the Mammon Machine, Zeal fights, and like Inner Lavos and Lavos Core. The panels also give a surprisingly large amount of experience.
Right, because what Diane was talking about earlier on Death Peak with the XP from the Cracker fights, we are ultimately we're ultimately trying to get Luca to level 40 and Magus to level 46. Luca at level 40 guarantees that she lives against the first attack from the Lavos Core. Also for magic stat for a Mega Flare as well.
Yeah, you end up losing, I think it's like 200 damage on a Mega Flare, which isn't a lot, but considering even though Mega Flare is doing 46 to 5,000 damage. We still barely kill the bosses when we're supposed to. So a lot of the bosses have nice round numbers. They're like 10,000 or 15,000 or 30,000. So going from dealing slightly north of 5,000 to slightly under means you have to go through another attack. And a couple of the bosses, especially Lavo's Core, if the fight goes correctly, you don't have the room to do an extra attack. Or you're going to be spending the next 20-30 seconds reviving and healing back up.
We're going to see Corp do a couple encounter skips here. There's some pretty specific movements. I would say they're not as difficult as a lot of the other skips earlier in the game. These just, I think, require like more along the lines of like faster inputs, especially with like the first diagonal.
This elevator you can get anywhere between 0 to 3 encounters on. It sucks having such a big RNG element at the end of the run. However, if the game is so nicely going to reward you with 4 elevator encounters between this and the second elevator, you can skip a whole flare animation right before the Zeal fight. There's nothing you can do to manipulate this. It's kind of you're just at the luck of the draw. The Corp's just walking through that one segment because there's an encounter that only triggers when you run through it. But if you're walking, it just never flags to spawn. A lot of this is just running away from all the encounters we see, flaring the ones we have to fight, or if it's a boss, Omega Flare.
So including the two that we steal, the 2 speed tabs that we steal, we get a total of, I think, 6 speed tabs throughout all of Black Omen.
Damn, I didn't think it was that many.
Yeah, and they get spread around. I think it's mostly on Luca and Magus.
So with these boss orbs, you can kind of run against the eyeballs and wait for themselves to close to skip the encounter. A lot of the runners just choose to, if they're closed, so be it. If they're open, I guess I'm getting an encounter. In theory, it is faster to close them, but you can also lose more time because they could be very big trolls. They can just sit there and keep blinking at you over and over again, and there's nothing you can do.
We did recently pick up the Haste Helm in the room with the news. We're going to be putting that on Robo, and that'll make up for his lower speed. On his first turn, his ATB is based on his... I believe it's based on his speed, but then after his first action, the Haste Helm goes into effect, and I believe it's max speed at that point.
He's got, what, 13?
Yeah, he's got 13, so...
It'll be 19.
Okay.
Because he's faster than Magus, and Magus is at max.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, the Haste Helm is very weird in its application, where it just, as Hop said, it doesn't give it to you right off the hop. which
Really
would
good
make
item though.
a couple of fights a lot easier if it happened that way.
But we're gonna take advantage of that quite a bit in the last fights. All the mutant fights are very, very similar. We're just going to be spamming Omega Flares. It's nothing special, but if you're not quick enough, they can dish out a lot of damage. But nothing too crazy.
The worst is the little orb attack, where it summons like 8 little orbs and it just flies around the screen to hit you.
Yeah.
There always seems to be one that flies to the north, and he's like, I'll get there eventually.
Right. Yeah, I don't really know how these fights spiral out of control, but they can for some reason, and I just never understand it.
I think it's because like the top and the bottom act independently, and then it seems like they get one joint attack. So you're sitting through like 2 or 3 animations pretty quick. A lot of these mutants I also believe have max speed, so 16. So they're just getting ATB back very quickly, and ATB for enemies just works. It seemingly works just by looking at RAM watch, like very weird.
If you saw Corp did a menu just to equip the Prism Helm on Magus, this actually makes him 1 speed slower than Luca. And the reason for this is to allow us to spam Flare with Luca. Because her ATB is going to pop up first. It's going to make these upcoming like 4 or 5 encounters much faster. Not only with just early inputs with it, but it'll help us avoid enemy attacks, especially like with the goons.
Oh, speaking of the devil.
Oops. So, the goons, 1 flare and either 1 fire 2 or ice 2. I believe ice 2 can kill them. Which I should start going ice 2.
Just don't use Omega Flare.
Yeah. Omega Flare heals them.
Seemingly with this game, as soon as you combine 2 elements together, it naturally just seems to become shadow damage. Which is why like a large chunk of abilities in the game are shadow element.
And, well, fortunately and unfortunately for Corp, he has had plenty of elevator encounters. How many is that? 3 total?
Yeah.
Okay. So as of right now, he's still going to have to take the panel fights at the end, which is not really a big deal because you have to be in that fight anyway.
Yeah, it's not the biggest of time save. You're saving like the flare animation, I think, and that's it.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, ideally you get one encounter total across all 6 or across both elevators. And then you just do the 5x panel fight at the end, and that's all you need.
And if you get 0 encounter elevators, Magus is 180 experience short of the level.
Yep.
It sucks. I learned that the hard way.
So there's one more fight that we can take to even it out, but Corp's gonna be skipping it.
All these fights we've been taking along the way are necessary to get us to our end goal for levels. It doesn't matter if you've had 4 encounter elevator or a 6 encounter elevator. The elevator fights themselves only give about 1500 experience, where things like the panel and the tubsters just give so much. that you're really just forced into taking them.
It's funny how we always mention the Reptite grind as like the only grind in the game, but like Black Omen is a grind.
Yeah.
We're getting like 8 levels throughout this whole place, or something like that.
Yeah, this is where like everything really starts to equalize. We're still gonna be under leveled from what the game expects you to be, but so Terra Mutant's an interesting one. The bottom half absorbs shadow, but thankfully when we kill the top half, the bottom half also dies, so we don't have to worry about it. And if you guys are sick of Omega Flare, just you wait. This next fight has 0 Omega Flare.
Oh boy, this next fight is the best fight in the run, hands down.
Even better than Mud Imp?
I'm being sarcastic.
I know.
No.
I know. Yeah, so as you mentioned, we're going to use Wonder Shot. And Dine mentioned mechanics before, how the damage from Wonder Shot's based on the in-game clock. So Luca can do anywhere from 57 damage, 57 whole damage, to over 3,000. Let's see.
It's magic.
Yeah, we call it the Blunder Shot for a reason.
Oh man.
Time to use the elixir.
Yep.
Yeah, I missed.
So the main goal of this is Luca Wonder Shots the head, Robo Uzi punches the head, and Magus just makes sure Robo's at full hit points. So you can get that 4.5 times damage from the Crisis Arm. And as you can see, Robo outputs a lot of damage very quickly.
And outside of Omega Flare, Magus is pretty much just an item user for the rest of the run. Now that I think about it.
Yep. Magus just doesn't have anything really to make him a good physical attacker. And with the way, like, especially the Zeal face fight is set up, there's just really nothing he can do in terms of damage that'll make it meaningful.
We have one last encounter. This is 5x panels. And this fight will bring Magus to level 46, Luca to 40. I think Robo's already level. Oh. What are your levels, Square? Oh, never mind. You're good.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, I must have missed that.
I must have missed an elevator encounter somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Corp knows what he's doing more than us.
Yep. So here we're switching Robo to the party leader. This is something that's very, very easy to miss in the notes. I'm pretty sure we've all missed it at some point. We need Robo as the party leader for the third part of the Zeal fight. So we can abuse his dual tech with Luca, Double Bomb.
So, the clones of all of the characters down below, do we know much about that?
No.
I actually don't. I completely forgot about that. Robo, the true pro tag, 100%. He carries
Yep.
this whole run, actually. The first phase of Zeal is, it's not really much going on. She just gives Luca a little kiss and then does Elation and then you Omega Flare. I don't actually recall if she does anything else. It's been too long.
I think she gets, after like her 4th or 5th attack. Let's see here.
We're also getting a lot of Mega Elixirs from some of these fights. So Corp's probably at like maybe 7 Mega Elixirs at this point, which is way more than you need.
She does an attack called Energy Ball on the playable character with the highest hit point. I don't know if that deals damage or not.
The inputs on this fight are pretty quick, or pretty tight as well. You have pretty much just enough ATB to have Magus Mega Elixir, and then 4 Omega Flares. Any longer, and Mammon will release energy, doing a boatload of damage. It's not the biggest deal. You can just use an Omega Elixir and then at the beginning of the next fight. But it is a waste. It is a waste of time.
So the third Zeal fight, the biggest thing is just not mash out Omega Flare right away. You don't want to deal AoE damage, just because everything under the sun gets a counterattack. And this is the reason why we switch Robo in the leader position, because we're able to do double bomb the face. Killing the hands at the end of the day is whatever, but if the face dies, the battle ends. So it'll be 2 double bombs, a dark bomb for Magus with another double bomb, and then we'll just keep double bombing till the end of time. Even though it's a dual tech instead of a triple tech, double bomb's still going to do about 3,600 damage. It just has a very high multiplier to it. This is another fight that can greatly scale out of control if you leak too much ATB. Mainly because we're expecting to use curative items at a very specific point.
And like was mentioned in chat, the Magus theme is only played in this fight if you have Magus in the party. Otherwise, I think it just plays the boss 2 music. As far as lore behind why we're fighting a giant face and hands, I don't think there is any.
Nope. I think lore completely at this point is out the window.
Yeah, it's just like let's just make a Final Fantasy boss here.
So Zeal's going to use Halation. We're hoping to get another double bomb off before MP Buster happens. Nice. I don't know if it's to show Zeal becoming one with the Black Omen.
It probably is.
Now that I'm just quickly thinking about it.
Yeah, it has to be something with Zeal, or in maybe the power of the Mammon Machine or something. Very nice fight.
So after the Lavos Shell Gauntlet, I'll probably be switching over to set up for the balloon ending. So I don't know if that's the donation's been met, but I'll probably do it anyway. So just letting you know when we get there.
Yeah, it does look more like a Phantasy Star boss than anything else.
True.
So for the Lavos Gauntlet, I don't know why, but we fight a bunch of really weak bosses. Dragon Tank, Guardian, Hecarim, Zombor. We will be switching in Chrono and Ayla. Just because Guardian and Dragon Tank and Zombor are multi enemy bosses, and we can just obliterate them with Falcon Hit, and we haven't seen it in a while. And then we'll be back to your regularly scheduled Omega Flare spam.
So even though Lavos has absorbed the DNA of everything on the planet or whatever, it's for some reason takes the form of robots. Right.
But like, why not increase their stats?
Right. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's just a way of allowing you to feel like you have a chance against Lavos somewhat early in the game,
Oh god.
and then you like get to a boss and it just completely destroys you. But it was always funny seeing like the Guardian and Dragon Tank as DNA specimens.
Yeah. So Hecarim being a magic-based boss, we have to kill with Flare. Just because he's very physical resistant. And then whoever gets targeted with MP Buster on Zumbor, doesn't matter because Chrono and Ayla are not going to be seeing any more combat. They've put in their time. They've done a lot of good work.
And we can celebrate the final Falcon hit of the game. It's
Or
been fun.
when's the donation incentive to Falcon hit Lavos core? I want to see that. I want to see that route with the 45 minutes of grinding on Death Peak.
Pretty sure that was a no thanks smile.
So this, much like the original Nizbel, we're gonna have to lower their defense with lightning. And then we Omega Flare. I wish we could suplex the Lavos. Rock toss them.
Now we're doing the final equip of the game. Gonna put the Sunshades on Magus, Blue Rock on Robo.
So Magus, we're going to attack with Robo. We're gonna hope we get either Fire or Shadow. Nice.
Ooh, very nice.
You made mistakes, good sir. Is there a console you can play this on? PC, DS, SNES, emulator.
The DS version is probably my favorite. No, SNES is my favorite, but the DS version is a fantastic version. Just the way it looks and the menus and everything. But the PC version is very accessible, and it's a good version to play.
It's also quite a bit quicker, the PC version, because of the auto battle speed up and just instant text. I don't know. I'd hate running up Death Peak on like the phone controls. I think that would be god awful. Yep, the Steam is the PC version.
Keeping Magus on items here is actually very important. We're going to need to get to items very quickly at the beginning of the next fight. So we're going to be using a full ether here, which I think he already did one earlier, so...
Hyper ether.
Or hyper, whatever.
Yeah, this is the last of the DNA samples before we get to the man himself, Lavos. Which still dies to 2 Omega Flares. But then the real fun begins.
It's a bit of a slog for such a late fight. What is that? Like it's like a 12 minutes
Yeah.
or something like that.
It just feels like you're going through the motions. Like you're not really at risk of dying at any point.
And now we get to see
The shelter.
really, yep, really good cinematic.
Why are we resetting?
So we're going to do the balloon ending. So I just want to show everybody. Still, we have the same levels. There's really no difference in the items, but go ahead and break the shell a different way.
You can use that blue teleporter to do it too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just leave into it. Yeah.
Okay. Oops.
This takes
Balloon
like what,
ending.
4 minutes to do?
Yeah, And
It's
the
well
balloon
worth
ending-
it with a different ending.
it really is. Yeah, crashing into Lavos' shell. It actually removes that final save point too, so it's definitely a lot riskier.
Just don't die. Easy clap.
Yeah, no worries.
Make sure Magus gets his item box up after the nipple lasers, and you're set. Don't fire tackle the body like me.
It's just so easy to do. You're right
I know. You just sit there and you mash, and you're like, no.
You just want that fight to be over.
Yeah, you're just like, just let this. It's also like the adrenaline and the nerves too,
Yeah.
because like you're so close to finishing a run. Inner Lavos and Lavos Core can both, if they want to troll you, they're going to troll you. It's also, like I said, just the adrenaline of being on PB pace, wanting the run to finish, and then you just blank out for a second. That's it.
Yeah, and they not to mention they are. I mean, in my opinion, the two hardest fights in the game.
Yeah.
To some degree, just because of how tight the inputs are.
Lavos Core, when it's, I feel like it's anything else in the speedrun. When the fight goes good, it looks really good. But if you slack off a little bit, you can still kind of recover from it, but you're definitely losing time.
just grown to accept that if I get that big attack on the outer core at the end, I just Mega Elixir instead of Barrier on the next
Yeah.
fight. Yeah.
I remember there was a couple of times where it's like I did the Omega Flare before Obstacle, thinking I was okay, and just full sent it, and realized I was short about 4,000 damage. I'm like, oh. So Lavos always opens up with this attack. Thankfully, we got really lucky, and Megas has a item box open. It's not needed, but it definitely frees up a little bit extra on this fight. So we're going to revive in Mega Elixir. We're going to Omega Flare twice, which will kill the left arm. The main body has very high defenses until Obstacle happens. So it's kind of Omega Flare, Fire Tackle, Elixir, Luca, wait till Obstacle, and then we'll send. So it sounds very easy in practice, but a lot of the enemies at this point, like we said, have max speed stat. So there's really not a lot of wiggle room. That's not the greatest ATB indicator.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't get the... So Robo loses his status immunity for the whole fight. Which means when Obstacle happens, he will be confused and Corp will lose out on an Omega Flare. So you will see the second round of Nipple Lasers. He'll also have to throw a Mega Elixir to make sure Magus and Luca will survive the second round. And that was really no fault of Corp's at all. That's just the way the game played out. His next turn will be Doors of Destruction. And then we'll just heal up, reset, and go in for the kill with the other.
I always forget the name of this one. I always.
I just say words and hopefully they're correct.
It's close enough. It's about the same. Robo dies.
The Robo Death attack.
Yeah. Not a big deal though. It happens. It was a good recovery.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
And he didn't spam Fire Tackle.
Yep. Now there's really only like, well, there's a couple things that Final Lavos can do.
There's only like 6 things this guy can do to kill you.
Well, only one of them sticks out in my head, but yeah, in reality, there's a whole laundry list of things he can do.
Speak not the name of the forbidden tech.
I'm not gonna say it.
You're thinking it's just like Ghostbusters. It's already done.
It's true. It's like 95% chance you'll see it or something. Feels like it.
I see it all at like every run. It's ridiculous.
I had that next nice streak of like 1,000 ADs.
Yeah.
Now I just get 65 mil all the time, and it's like, well, this is my life.
Yep. Actually, the only time recently that I got the 1,000 AD was in the race. That every other run is 65 mil. Yeah, the music in this fight is really, really cool. Like Final Dragoon saying.
The Space Sloth. So here we're going to just manually kill the left side. Thank you, Luca. We appreciate you.
Yeah. Having the left bit dead forces the right bit to, well, the core to shut down its defenses. I believe it shuts. It probably shuts down its defenses to, I guess, have the power to revive, maybe.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Corp got 65 million, which
You can thank Hobbs for.
yeah,
And me, dude.
you can thank. I'm gonna thank B Dude. But Corp prepped for it, so he should be fine. Magus and Robo should live here.
Oh.
Yep, and you can just
Luca.
revive.
Luca will protect the ground.
Yep, revive, heal up, continue the fight, and he should be good. Yep, he's still going through time warps, so I don't want to jinx it, but he shouldn't really be in any real danger unless Lavos decides to start punching people.
I don't want to jinx it, but I'm going to jinx it. Corp, your run's been going a little too smooth there, buddy. We need to give the fans something.
We need content, Corp, okay?
Just throw for content. It'll be fine. Do the balloon ending 2 more times.
Yeah, the middle bit is really the only real threat here. He needs to do a Mega Flare 2 more times to kill the middle bit.
If the left bit and right bit are alive and the middle's dead, it will counterattack with X Strike, which isn't the worst thing in the world. You're really at no risk of dying because you can control who the X Strike is going to hit. Just a little bit of a time loss. It was a fast revive because of the way the ATVs lined up. If Corp was a little bit slower, which is weird to say in a speedrun, the right bit wouldn't have done anything. But because the middle was dead and the left is dead, its first turn is flagged to respawn them.
So we're coming up on time soon. When we see the right bit turn red, that's when the run is over.
Maybe
It's
like,
1 or 2 more taps.
players. It does suck when you get the fast revive, because if it's more than 2 Omega Flares, you're gonna have to start distributing who initiates the triple tech.
Yeah.
Defense power restored, you just have to sit there and wait.
At this point, it's
Oh,
we-
oops. Oh well.
So we've gone from 5,000 damage to 200.
I thought I waited, but I guess I imagined it.
yeah. Sometimes if you're gonna have to take a lot of X strikes, it might be worth just to kill the left bit, but it's a hard decision to make.
That's time. GG.
GG. Really good time.
GG's.
Now let's celebrate with... Oh wait, warning. This is flashing. Anyone who has,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
photosensitivity, look away. Please.
Yeah.
Really bad. Right.
Good run. Solid run.
Yeah,
Yeah. Awesome run.
wasn't
Corp.
too bad. It was fun. Yeah, so we get to celebrate our victory with a very nice ending.
It sucks the balloon ending takes so long to get, because it really is the best ending.
Love how the music just fades away. You're expecting your mom to wake you up, but nope, it's a soldier who's informing you to go. Your stay of execution's been canceled, so it's about to summon him to the castle.
A little trick. I'm usually so out of it by this point that I completely
Yep.
forgot about this.
Honestly, like every time I go here, I'm like, wait, I'm still getting arrested.
But there's Stone and Luca.
Kino. Who could forget Kino?
and Kino. Yeah.
Because, you know, he's played a big part in this role.
Yeah. So yeah, we learned that Old Man Doan from 2300 is the descendant of the Guardia line. So in some way, shape, or form, the Guardian bloodline has played a role in saving the world, all the way from Kino to Doan.
Hold on. So Marl's Kino and Ayla's kid?
Wait, what?
Well, if Kino's the start of the bloodline.
It's down the yeah, they're ancestors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah, so was it Ayla? Yeah. Okay, yeah, Ayla is related to Marl because they're ancestor. She's her ancestor. That's right.
And due to Chrono Cross, we know who Ayla's mother is.
We do indeed. We'll talk about that at the end of the marathon.
Yep. Yeah, that's I try not to touch on any Chrono Cross today because it gets a little.
Yeah, it really does. Like, Chrono Trigger has enough lore and timeline shenanigans that it's rough. But once you add Chrono Cross into the mix, it becomes very delicate to hold everything together. Yeah, we get the
Don't
Moonlight
touch on it 'cause I
Festival.
don't know anything.
Well,
It was hard not to bring certain things up, but it's worth it not to.
the Chancellor is Kino's side of the family. Well said, Carbon. Yeah, so this is one of my favorite tracks in the game. It's just great. Alright, time to say farewell.
One of the saddest moments in the game. Robo is going off to a perfectly normal future.
Yep. He'll be fully appreciated, he'll be given honors, and he'll be remembered for eternity.
Yep, and nothing bad will happen.
Nothing bad will
No,
happen.
He definitely won't be plowing fields to the end of time.
He'll be wishing he was plowing fields. Mr. G.
I like how it looks like he's going to climb into the portal.
Yeah.
So,
And he doesn't say anything. Typical of Magnus. But here we go.
To be fair, we never liked him anyways.
That's true. I never
we
did.
used him. We used him for his magics.
She knows. Knows what? Robo was born in a bleak future. When we defeated Lavos, we changed history. Robo may not exist in the future. Please relax. The new future has a place for me. Darn it, Robo. Don't pretend you don't care when you're really sad. Just makes things worse. Luca, you have taught me these emotions. Thank you. Tears don't become you, Luca. Robo will be there in the new future. Peace out, yo! And then there goes Doan. And then... Goodbye. Donk. Oil has washed over sight sensors.
He's
Many
not crying.
fragments on the ground.
And that's why Robo's such a good character. One of the reasons. Who's Robo? I see his 9. That's right.
Stupid onion cutting ninjas.
Yeah. Alright, King has asked for our presence.
I think we might actually be the villains. Because, like, we do nothing to help this king out.
It's true.
He's like, I threw this giant parade for you. He gets stuck up hanging the bell, and we're like, peace out. We got things to do. yeah, never mind. This balloon ending.
Yeah,
We're good guys here.
Yeah, the original
Yeah.
ending is cruel to the king. This one is a little more magical.
I just like Tabin when he rolls up with a sunstone. He's like, "Hey, can you help me out?" And he's like, "Let me hit this orb a little bit. You'll be fine."
Completely
Just
ignores him.
explosives.
There's Nadia's bell. We'll see it again.
This is probably my favorite song in the game.
Luca, quick, wonder shot, go.
Oh god. Knowing her list,
Player,
her luck, she would just shoot and then the balloon wouldn't pop.
Good stuff.
But every Chrono Trigger ending, at least all the good endings, give you a sense of like adventure. There's something more after the game is over, which kind of makes me want to play it again, because there's always something more to look forward to.
Yeah, the ending of this is really fantastic.
Nothing bad will happen to Chrono or Marl. Nothing.
Does this one still show all the characters across time? No, because they're not in Epoch. No,
Yeah, I like that part of the normal ending we go for.
yeah.
Gives a sense of closure to all the characters.
Get to see Frog protecting Lean.
oh, balloons.
Time Machine blew up in 2001. They don't have it.
Oh. Yeah, Corp blew it up. I forgot.
Yeah. There's no going back. Just sail above the clouds and go to the moon. They'll get there eventually.
It's okay. The Epoch wanted to go that way.
Yeah, the Epoch was a hero. Sacrificed himself like Chrono. Except did a
makes for
lot
a
more
better
work
ending.
than Chrono did. Yeah, we don't deserve the Epoch power. But yeah, that's Chrono Trigger. It's a really fun speedrun. So if anyone's interested in learning it, there's a good Discord for all the Chrono games, including Radical Dreamers. Everyone there is really kind and helpful. So feel free to stop by. I want to thank RPG Limit Break. Really, really long-a-thon for letting me run this game. And thanks everybody for watching, and thank you, Hobbs and Dine. You provided really stellar commentary throughout this entire run. Made it a lot easier on me, and even helped me out, like remembering some things that.
Anytime
Having a
it
brief
is.
panic attack.
Yeah.
It was
Yeah,
a
it was
lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely.
Hobbs carried everything. I'm just standing on his shoulders.
You sure about that?
Yep.
But yeah, Hobbs and Dine both run Chrono Trigger, and they are literally pushing the game to the limits. So please follow them. They are fantastic runners and streamers, and very nice, and they have really good communities. And yeah, until then, have a good night, everybody. We're about at the end screen.